This one was going to concentrate on the Schillingers to start out with, and how better to start with Mom and Pa Schillinger. And this picture was taken on, they had come back for anniversary, high school anniversary for Mary, and it was a picture we had taken. And he got it. That's good. Now we'll, this is the second one. We have a picture of just Dan, and it's a good picture of him. I don't know where it was taken, but it has a lot of black around it, so I don't know what the deal was on that one. Here's a picture. Mary and Dan had a professional photographer take a picture of them back some years ago, and they sent the whole folder to us. And here's some of the pictures from that folder. We had to leave them right in the folder, so we're going to do all of these at the time because we had to take the back off of this thing. Okay.
Of course again.
Yeah. Here's a picture of Dan taken at that same time, the mustache and all. It was a few years ago, and I don't know where it was. They took it outside somewhere.
They were in Wichita, Kansas at the time these pictures were taken.
Okay. This is a picture of Tracy taken at that same time. Any other comments? You can see by this picture that it was some time ago because the size of the kids. Tracy was still the big guy at that point in time. But that's a beautiful picture. Here we have Mandy taken at that same time out in that same place. Not be as sharp as some of the other pictures because we're holding it in the back, but this is the picture of the whole family. Another picture of the whole family taken at that same time. I guess that's all I have to say on that. The picture they took of Jeremy at that time. He's a little bit bigger now, isn't he?
He wasn't in school yet. I think he was in preschool at that time, so you can see how old he was.
Here's a black and white picture they had taken in a saloon somewhere.
It was a photographer's shot.
Yeah, they were visiting and they were tourists and they were able to have this picture. Jeremy, it doesn't show here, had some guns on, and the girls were dressed up like gals of that age.
This was a regular photography shop.
There's a picture of Jeremy in his uniform that they wore when they sang in the choir. That's the whole choir. It's not a very good close-in, so you can get them, but it gives you an idea about the choir. Okay.
What this one was taken.
Now this is a picture that we got with a calendar of the three kids. Okay.
Mandy's got her eyes closed and nose wrinkled up.
Here's another picture they had on that calendar. Well, might as well get started early. Here's a picture of Dan with his brand new baby. Just got her home from the hospital not too long before that picture was taken. Just going to jump around on the pictures. Here Mom is going to show those people how to run those roller skates. Did you ever see such determination? There's a great picture of Mandy.
And a little girl then. Always that little impish smile.
Must have been taken just about the same time. A run of Mandy's right now. Boy, has she got what is that, an apron?
Little jumper.
Jumper. We have Tracy and Jeremy blowing bubbles. I'm forever blowing bubbles. I'm about to take Jeremy for a ride on the bike. And Mandy's going to take a ride on her tricycle. Well, it looks like Mandy's opening gifts. Must have been a birthday party for Mandy. Don't know what one.
It was Grandma's house, Grandpa's house.
Well, it looks like there's three kids ready to go to bed or get up. I don't know which.
Mandy looks sleepy and Jeremy looks ready for the night. Small Ridge, where they first lived after they got out to South Dakota the
First time.
first time.
That wasn't when they first got there, though. They lived in
Well,
the...
the first town, they lived up in, closer in town, but now this was out at Small Ridge where they built a house. Where that was.
Looks like we got something to open. I don't know what the deal is, but we got them all very busy. Are those all? There's one extra one thrown in there, isn't there?
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know what it is. Looks like Mandy was showing, you know what it looks like? It looks like Jeannie's pictures from her wedding.
Could have been.
The tree has been around for quite a while. A lot of pictures have been taken below it. This one is, I'm going to draw it in a little bit. That's,
Jeremy and Mandy.
what's in a doll, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got something there that looks like it might be something that's inflated. Another picture of Mandy standing under that, what do you call those wall hangings? They got a special name?
That was in their Ball Ridge house.
There's a picture of the family. Do you have any idea where it was taken?
No, I don't. The whole.
Favorite tricks of Tracy. I told her at the time that she'd be ashamed of it someday.
I'm sure of that now. That looks as if it might be up to Mount Rushmore.
Nice picture. I wonder if that wasn't taken at that Story Garden.
There's so many places that they've gone to out there.
Picture of Jeremy in some sort of a log house. Story Garden, you think?
I think so. That's Kim and Judy and Tracy and Mandy, and I imagine that's Jeremy that Jeannie has.
And George and
And
Tom and Abe. Background. Looks to me like that might be Tracy and Jesse.
I think what that is, I think Jim and Karen had a cabin up around Chautauqua, and Tracy and I went up there one day, and I think it was over the 4th of July. And then Grandpa came because he was working, and the kids were out with fireworks that night. Those look like sparklers, I'm sure.
Picture at that storybook place.
Turn that off a minute. I'll have to go up there, there's more to be seen than that.
Not too much.
That's what's called Chapel of the Hills in Rapid City. It's a little chapel, and during the summer they have services there. People have been married there, and it's used a lot. It's a beautiful thing.
Deal. Nothing like helping yourself. Story is on that one.
No, it's in a park somewhere.
Where's this?
I would think possibly it must be up on Mount Rushmore up there somewhere.
Well, I don't know anything about this.
I think that, there's so many parks that they went to, so I imagine it would be at some park. Place where you come in to Rapid City. They have signs all over. They get Wall drugstore complex.
Well, here's another old relic of a train. sure you people do. Looking down on a deer. And don't you think that might be Jeannie?
Could be. That could be Storybook Island. That's more of Storybook Island. The next one will be too.
It is on. Couldn't see the record. Yeah, quite a few pictures of this place. Who he's talking to.
Ginny's there and then Trace is on top and
Looks like
Jeremy just got down. There's Nathan and his pal Brackley. That was one of the nicest dogs there ever was.
That isn't Nathan though.
I mean Jeremy.
There's
Our Jeremy.
There's our friend Trace a few years ago. There's a picture of Mandy. Apparently we're all taking turns having their picture taken on that particular chair.
There's supposed to be one more.
Out of the way, look at that Draper. The Mandy a few years ago. Draw in, see if we can.
Jeremy down there. He's so little and with red.
Yeah,
all
that's Jeremy driving the truck. Here we have Jeremy at our house. Back when we had things arranged quite a lot differently than they are today.
Where there.
Jeremy on it too?
Dad
Yeah.
and the three kids. It looks like Dad is about had it for today.
He looked, I don't know whether he's yawning or hollering. Oh, now you can tell that again. There's Tracy, and we'll back it off, and we'll see Jeremy running to catch up. Might have taken that picture. There's a blur on the bottom. Mandy at their door, but I don't believe I did. That door is not in the house where they just left, does it?
No.
That must be the, I don't know where. I don't know if I took the picture. I guess that's Mandy.
Yeah.
Deal where these are taken?
One of the Manning parks out there. Trace is way up on top.
It's like a film that had run off. They got one of the extra shots on it. Yeah. New Christmas gift.
Birthday gift. or something.
Birthday, yeah. I don't remember that one. The next morning putting things together, doesn't it? Which house was that? Was that out on the ridge?
I don't know.
Or could that be in Wichita? No? Or it could be in Wichita.
Yeah.
Somebody here, but we haven't got them identified for sure. Dillinger family up in Door County when we were camping. There's a buffalo. I don't know where the buffalo came from, but there's a buffalo. I think probably he was up there, Door County also. Sure, that buffalo looks like he still had both horns on at that point. Not going to take any chances. He has a safety vest there to go swimming with.
Looks also like he had his shoe.
Yeah, I believe he did. Had this on our first reel too, and then Mom wanted it on definitely on this one too. But this was a picture taken, we just read the back of it. Tracy is 7, Jessie is 4, and Mandy's 3.
Yeah.
And, well, this last fall we were taking some pictures out here. Jessie wanted us to take a picture of the same 3 sometime later.
Tracy is 20, Jessie is 17, and Mandy is 16 there. They've grown up a little, haven't they?
Yeah. Jeremy had been down to visit us, and we took him back, and we brought Isaac back with us. And they were listening to a radio with earphones, and this time we had Isaac listening. Somewhere I think we have a picture of Jeremy. That one where Jeremy got separated, we'll get it later. There's a picture we have of Dan. I'm trying to figure out, is that taken here? Looks like our door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeremy and his cat, I think that's real. We got an awful lot of that cat.
1987, Dan was able to get some tickets for the World Series, and this is a picture taken of the World Series of the 7th game right after they won. I got a shot of, but it looked like we might win. I took the camera and I went up quite a few steps, and when they won, he turned around and faced the camera, and I got a shot of him. That's what it looked like when we won the World Series. Here's a picture that Dan took of us when it looked like we were in pretty good shape. Well, we'd already won. You can see down on the stands, down on the ground where the policemen were keeping people from coming on the field.
Big thing for those two. They were just like two little boys that they never had so much fun in their lives, I don't think.
These are some shots from on the field. That's players out there and umpires. We were out in left field in the bleachers out there. Oh boy, that was really nice. Took pictures of everybody shouting after we had won. See all the players heading for first base? Beat up on the first baseman. There was a picture, I think that's Dan, but he hadn't turned around yet to get his picture in, so he could see him in the camera. I had to holler at him so I could get him to see the picture in the camera. Go ahead.
You would title that Happy People.
Now this was a picture taken from the side. I think though this picture was taken just as the game was about to start. See the white hankies all over the place? I think that on this shot they were supposed to have their picture taken by another camera, and I just snapped it at the same time.
This was at our anniversary, and it's a good picture that shows Mandy with my wedding dress on. And that was the table for Tracy's graduation reception. Tracy on graduation day.
It has to be on just right. We had the same picture on our on the other reel, but we'll show it again because it certainly is a Schillinger.
That's her graduation picture.
Dimples and all. It's part of the graduation ceremony, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, that would have been a graduation that year.
Yeah. I think we had this picture once on the other reel, but this time it's with the Schillingers where it belongs, and it's Grandma and they made poor Trace work even on her big day. Nice picture of the three of them. I don't know what, Dad got a special look from Trace, and he doesn't know what he did wrong.
Yeah, I think that's Tracy in a dress that she wore for one of her concerts at Christmas time.
Yeah, it says Merry Christmas on top there, you see. Tracy Tracy showing off. It's a different hairdo than she normally has. I wonder what was so doggone funny out of that one. I'd sure like to know what that was all about.
Here's to only a more informal one.
Who's that?
Nathan.
It's out to Mary's and Dan's, or where
I
are
was
they?
off for graduation too.
That camera, they got it right. See, I took that picture when they were having their picture taken for somebody else. Here we got them again. That's a nice picture. Okay,
The
they
three
put,
kids were in it.
gee, all our grandchildren are style models, huh? How come they never ask you and I? We had this unreal one too. It was in amongst ours. But here's where it belongs. That's at their house on Canyon Road. There the table's all decorated and ready to go.
So the twins and the other girl, I think there must have been a fourth girl there, a littler one, that lived next door to them in Green Bay. Taken.
Nice picture of the two. Tracy was a little, okay.
Must have been a picnic in our backyard, and we could still have picnics without getting eaten.
I think we got ran out on that one. If I
Maybe.
remember correctly, those little bugs from the elm tree came down on us, remember? Well, that's Grandpa giving somebody a ride.
Jeremy.
No, it's a little girl, isn't it?
Jeremy.
Well, Mom's gonna give somebody a ride.
Tracy's up ahead on a bicycle.
Who's that? Mandy, you think? Or is that
Tracy.
Katie?
Tracy.
Well, you said she was up ahead.
And that's Jeremy.
Well, that's Jeremy.
He was a little guy then.
Picture Kim and Jean and Trace. Must have been shortly after they were married, I would guess. There's a cake I trust that Mary made.
Or somebody that was 5 years old. That must have been Mandy. Could have been Tracy too, you don't know.
You're real alert there. I missed that 5. There's a picture of the backyard at Mary and Dan's house on Canyon. There's a bicycle. They won a couple bikes. Mandy won one and Jeremy won one. And then they had it stolen and then they got them back. Remember a little while ago I mentioned we had one of Isaac, well, that Jeremy would be on it too? Well, here it is. He's talking on the telephone though. He is not talking on the, listening on the radio. He's talking on the telephone. Case where you project the pictures better than the one original we took it from. The one we took it, I could hardly see who they were. At least we could see who these people are. We had some live video on on this particular episode. More with the cook in charge. I don't know if he has a license for that or not. There's the picture. I mean, it's a picture of a cake that Mary had made, of a piano, and I think it was for. I know it was for one of the teachers up at Jeremy's school. That was, I believe, was he the director or the pianist for their choir?
Music teacher or something.
But I think he wasn't going to be able to be around anymore, so they got this picture, this cake.
They had a farewell party for him the on that day. The all-in, she had a big day.
She just ran out of gas.
She had the pencil in her hand, she must have been doing homework.
I don't know if she's doing homework or doing some drawing.
County.
Yeah. That's Isaac then.
And then Isaac with Brackley.
On an old black and white of Tracy.
With the cat.
Pussycat.
No, Mary, not Tracy.
Yeah, that's Mary. That's Mary. By golly, she could have been Tracy.
Yeah, I think. The pumpkin there must have.
Got a picture of her with a pumpkin.
That was Mandy.
I don't know.
It was at Jeannie's.
Now I know it's Jeannie. This picture was supposed to indicate.
Take it this way. Dan was washing the car.
Oh, yeah, there he is. I'll back up. Here we got a man at work, and I don't give him credit. Here's Dan. He's gotten on the other side of the car by now. I wonder if he finished up by washing that bike I see back there.
Could have been.
Superman?
Must be.
Yeah, it must be Superman.
It looked like Mandy in the.
Yeah. Must be.
Seems I remember that.
Some more of that birthday party, I believe. And more of it. And Mary was somebody else, some child. We haven't been able to come up with who for sure it is, and they're going to laugh when they see this. We don't know. We're coloring Easter eggs. Is that 30-something? That Jeremy?
Jeremy and Mandy.
We got another picture. Well, we know it's 33. And I guess I forgot on the last one to say that Kim was on it too. We had this picture of one like it before. Go to church the next day.
I think that was Easter. I know it was.
Yeah, they were coloring Easter eggs. That wasn't the year everybody was here, was it?
Must have been.
Learned who that other guy was. That's Jesse. Sure, Mary in our kitchen. She must have had a cold. We have Mandy unwrapping packages again. Boy, she was a busy girl, huh? Unwrapping packages. These pictures were taken up in the, while we were on camping out again. We had some video of this, and we had been up at Dinosaur Park and come back, and Mary was cooking. Grandma was tired, and sitting on the back stoop at the house on Canyon Street. Another picture, that same one. Tracy was really sleepy that time. Here's a picture of Grandma Tracy, well, about the time of Jeannie's wedding. By the size and by Grandma's.
Out in South Dakota. And Dan and Tracy had done some climbing there. To me, that is one of the most beautiful places out there because the rocks aren't as colored in these photographs anymore, but in the rock formation colors are just beautiful. They're so natural.
Okay.
It looks as if Mandy had climbed up after her dad right there. That's out there too. This whole series is. There's Jeremy.
Okay.
There's Tracy up there. Sure, kind of proud of I took that when we were out there. And in the back is Dan and Mary and Tracy, Jeremy, and Mandy. And it's sort of a kind of a cave-like area. And I really like that.
Okay.
I think that's out at that park where you went, isn't it? The Treasure Island, or is it on the one, oh no, that's the one up to the dinosaur park.
You walk up there on those?
I think you must have. Climbing on something.
We took a lot of video of this. So we have a lot of this on this, moving video.
Overlooks the city. And Dad, you can tell how it goes down.
Well, it goes down real steep where Isaac's standing there. We came up the opposite side, but it goes down real steep down that side. I'm telling you that we took some video, that Dan took some video, and this is Dan doing it right now. That time I knew nothing about these video cameras. There's another picture I took. Jeremy and Isaac were coming back from the ledge. Jeremy was trying to find his house. Another view of one side of Rapid City. There's this ledge is up where Dan's TV station is, and there's really two parts of Rapid City. Steps. Get up there.
There's the dinosaur they all like.
That's the parking lot. Time when I cheated on the roll of film, we took a chance and I didn't get it all. Mandy took some of the video while we were up there. Up on the ridge, taking a picture of the city, various parts. See, Dan is taking video there. Some of these people on here we didn't know, they were up there already. Shot all directions from up there. So you see various parts of the city. Tours of the Badlands.
I thought I had them all together, but I didn't. You can just see the different colors that must be there. And all the layers of rock. That's Tracy and I walking along there, by looking at the rocks and formations. Dan and Jeremy is up there. That looks like that same area where I took that picture.
That Jeremy?
Yeah.
That sign to me.
You can.
I can't either. You remember what it said?
No, I don't. Standing up there.
Did you climb that mountain too?
Must have been those days. Another view. Distance. Dan and Marion, one of the kids standing there.
Dan and Mary? That's not Dan and Mary.
Who is it then?
I think it's you and Mary.
Oh, I guess it is. She is feeding the chipmunks.
Did they come up
at,
with
that's up at Mount Rushmore.
Did they come and eat?
know what they're looking at there.
Dan sent a tape of when they dedicated that. It had been made a long time ago, but they finally got it dedicated this July. It's past July. It's a real interesting tape that he made on that. Remember whether we had these or not, so we'll show them one more time. Looks like a horse hitch there, and that looks like a big called a rain barrel.
Yeah.
And we at home we used to, when I was a boy, we used to catch water in a barrel like that, and then it was real soft water for washing the clothes. Before we told you we should have one of Jeremy. Well, we found it. There he is. Can't go without Jeremy. Picture of Jeremy in his uniform for the choir. I took this one. He was about to go sing, and we got him before he left. Our cats, they're Schillinger cats.
One night when I was visiting out there, Mary and Dan had gone someplace, and I was staying with the kids. And all of a sudden, I heard a little meow, and here the mother cat had brought one of her kittens to me and put it in bed with me. I told her to take it back and leave it there.
Another picture of the cats.
They were always lucky, though. They could take those kittens to the pet stores, and the pet stores would take them and sell them. They never had to be taken anywhere else.
Oh,
Tracy holding one of them. Tracy still loves cats. She has one of her own in her apartment.
There's a picture of Mandy. Jeremy on his motorcycle or whatever it is. Jeremy, I'm going to pull out and show you where he's sitting.
Must have been his birthday, huh?
I suppose. What this is on, is that the back of their old house? Their house
Yeah, that's the back porch on their home out in Mall Village. That was, I think Tracy and Mandy are playing in the snow. I think that was Mall Village too.
So I gotta get this one.
Jeremy's birthday.
Must have gotten something Dan had to put together. He's down on the floor with him.
Gas station.
Got Jeremy and his mom. That's kind of a foggy one. Who was that?
I don't know. She took care of some kids out there, so that must have been who it was. Something he wasn't supposed to be doing. Mandy in her
Dark
blue
glasses.
sunglasses.
Whoops.
Jeremy and Mandy. Or Jeremy and Jeannie, I
Jeannie,
think.
yeah.
That was here. I know it there.
I wonder if that head is... No, there is a head up there. Lots of kids there.
Must have been a party.
That's Jeannie. I guess that's Jeremy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Jeremy.
Looks like we're doing some Easter egg decorating.
Can't recognize anything there.
Well, there's
Mandy and Mommy.
Mandy with her. Man, that's Jeremy right here. I don't know who the others are. Apparently a birthday party. This Grandma Schillinger had given her a golf club. And she was showing, we made a golf course out of our backyard. And that was hole number 4. We used the whole lot for a golf course that time. When I was a boy, we did that. We made a miniature golf course out of our yard.
What little crows are they up to?
I don't know. That couldn't have been too many years ago.
No, I couldn't. Yeah. That's right.
I don't know whether that's Jeremy reading or sleeping.
Oh. Covered up with a blanket.
Little mischief in those eyes. But talk about big eyes. Big black eyes. Nice picture. Mention it. Hi. Huh. That's an old picture. Now there she looked a lot like Ken's daughter.
Yeah.
Oh, earlier age. Nice picture too. Nice picture of Trace. Mandy. I wonder what was going on, all that attention.
I don't know. They were all reading, they were suddenly distracted by something.
Oh, here's the pictures, and we don't know for sure where they were taken. Well, anyway, there they are. Grandma seems to think it was out at Wichita.
I think the other little boy is the little boy that used to live real close to Mary's. The picture's coming up.
I think a lot of them are just the same picture. Oh, there's Trace as a little guy. Our little Trace. Oh, that's Mandy with it.
She was going home after she'd been out in Door County, out of Sturgeon Bay all summer working up in Door County.
That's Dynamite then?
Yeah.
Foot gardening.
Looks like it must have been real pretty. The trouble is, I think that was the one the hail and ruined. That was her 20th birthday we had that over at Jeannie's last spring, or last January. Jeannie must have had some candles that wouldn't blow out, because look at the look on Isaac's face. Mary and Dan were back last spring, and Mary and Dan, and Tracy and Donovan. Before they left.
I think part of them are in the shade, so that didn't work out very good. That was just before they went back. Here's a picture of their South Canyon Road house.
It was when it was nice and green out there. These are good friends of theirs, Alice and Dale Stangy and Gretchen. Taken
Is
out.
that pronounced Stangy?
Yeah, Stangy.
Oh, I pronounced it Stang.
Maybe Stang. I'm gonna have enough of one.
It's pronounced with an E on it, but I mean it's spelled with an E on them, but sure we got from them in their Christmas card this year. So that's the latest one on the Stang family, or Stang.
Was their 25th wedding anniversary, and Alice has her wedding dress on.
You did that too on your anniversary, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
We're going to switch over to the Gendrons. The next bunch of pictures will be pretty much aimed at the Gendron family. And this was a stocking that they have when they put on their door at Christmas time. It's called the Gendrons. I thought that'd be a good place to start. Here I took from their wedding album. It's a real pretty picture of them coming down the aisle and music all around them. I thought that was a real pretty picture. Picture of Jean at the wedding. She was supposed to sing a song, but she broke down while she sang it. Real pretty one. And this is a picture taken of her back there with the mic. Jeannie coming down the aisle with Mom and Dad at her wedding. The men and people in the wedding party, the guys holding Kim. Can you name them up?
Dan is I'm starting from the left. Dan is the first one. The second one was one of them what do you call them, bridegroom? Groomsman, that's it. Then Kim in the middle, Kim's brother Jay next to Kim, then Jeff Jersley, he was best man, and Jesse was the ring bearer. There's Tracy, the junior bridesmaid. Mary, the maid of honor. There comes the flower girl and the ring bearer, Mandy and Jesse. There's the bride and groom at the altar.
Christ Lutheran Church.
Mandy, the little flower girl. Jaeger family. Jim and Dad, and Jeannie and Mary and me in the back. Jaeger family. In back is Lorn, his dad. Then Kim and Jeannie, and I'm in back there. Next to Jeannie is Mary, and next to Mary is Dan having Jeremy in tow. Oh, and then Karen had Andy. Then in front of Jesse, Tracy and Mandy. The Schillinger family. Mary, Dan, Jeremy, and Katie and Mandy. Tracy and Mandy. And Andy and Jesse. Andy was just a little guy then. And Jeannie and Kim and And I. Dad, myself, Jeannie, Kim's mom, and Kim's dad. Bill and Connie Gendron. There's the bride and groom with the little attendants. Jeannie, Kim, Jesse, Tracy, and Mandy. The bride and groom cutting the wedding cake. I haven't mentioned this before, but I made the bride's dress. That was quite an undertaking. I was really proud of it afterwards. It looks like 3 tired little kids, Jeremy, Jess, and Mandy. That's one of my favorite pictures of Mandy, standing by the olive tree out in front of the church. We don't have that tree anymore.
We don't? Die?
are Jeannie and Kim standing by the bell tower. Here you can see the bell. There's Kim and Jeannie sitting out under the trees. It was such a beautiful day. It was hot that day, but the grass was green, so it did look beautiful.
Here's a picture of Kim making his special, I believe that's where he makes his special meal that he puts on the grill. It's beef and it's marinated beef, and I don't know what all he puts into it. There he's cutting some of it up. Well, this is a picture of me with one of the babies. I don't know which one. I'm trying to figure out which room we were in. It looks like down in Fort Atkinson, so it must be Katie. There's another picture. That one, it looks to me like it was taken in, those steps look like the ones in Sturgeon Bay. I think I'm going to wait and let Mom and Grandma identify which baby this is. I just checked and said we've come to the conclusion that it has to be Katie on Peterson Street. And I think that's what the one before it was too. There's a picture of Kim. I think that's his specialty that he's putting on the grill right there. I had a picture of him earlier showing. Here's another picture of Kim doing some grilling. Mom at the dinner table down at Jean's. We don't have a fireplace, so we hang stockings on the wall, on the chair. Looks like Jeannie talking on the telephone. She must have just gotten up. Couldn't it? This looks like it's over at the Council Street house. Or is that different wallpaper? I guess that's different wallpaper. Looks like we're getting ready for Thanksgiving. That's what it looked like when it got out of the oven. Boy, that makes you feel hungry. Close-up of Jeannie, but that's all I can tell about that one. Comes over on Clarence, looking out of the dining room into the kitchen. Picture of Jean and Mom next to the Christmas tree. I don't know which house that is. You?
No, I don't.
This looks like it could be the Council Street house. Well, there we got a picture of Isaac, and that certainly is at the Council Street house, so that other one was too. Jeannie's giving a bath, and she's going to make sure she doesn't get wet. And you must be a kicker. You know?
That's Isaac.
That's Isaac, about that same year, but a little later on. And in our dining room, when the clock was in the dining room still. That clock. Nice picture of the family.
Garage there?
I think they did.
It must be.
No, I believe that's just when they brought the baby home. That's Isaac. The picture where we were up camping, which we showed you on Mary's, and on the first, we had a whole bunch of them on our tape. Picture of Jean and me at our house. Picture of Jean and Grandma at our house. Well, it looks like Jean's about to do some cooking. There's a lunch pail setting there. I don't know where this was. It must have been in one of the apartment houses. Picture of Kim, and I don't know where.
That looks like one of those deals in front of.
It's a ride, one of the first slide rides for him. It's picnic time the way it looks. It's the same place that other one was, wherever it was. I think that was down at Fort Atkinson somewhere, in one of those parks. That was in the backyard in Peterson Street. That place back there made onion rings, didn't they?
Yeah.
I can smell them yet. At Sturgeon Bay.
Nathan was kind of little.
Looks kind of like maybe it was
Easter.
Well, Easter, where they're
Yeah,
dressed up. Guy cut Grandpa's head off. No way of finding it. Who guesses who took this picture?
Well, I thought Katie was in on there.
It sure doesn't show, does it?
Is it?
That's a nice picture.
Yeah.
Well, it must have been some kind of a birthday party, don't you think?
Must have been his birthday.
Because he got one of those caps on. Picture of Isaac. And his mom. Katie on it. I don't quite understand what it is. Do you?
Looks like she has a big wheel.
Oh, yeah, that's what that is. And I suppose Mom's putting on some decals. Picture of Kim's leg when he had it operated on the last time. It looked horrible, but the picture doesn't really show how horrible it looked, but it sure did trick. That was just before we went to church that day. Had to find a sunny place to take the picture. It was the same day we took a picture of our little gal with her hat on. Whoops. There's a picture of four. A picture of Grandma and Jeannie. It's at Jeannie's house. Oh, it's at Sturgeon Bay. I believe that was taken at
Sturgeon Bay because...
at Fort Atkinson.
No, that's Nathan.
I don't think so. Because see that door?
Yeah.
And then he had those book racks up in that second dining room. They called it the kids' room, and that door went into the pantry.
Oh, that's right.
So that must have been Katie. Picture when Isaac was baptized, Pastor Mostool. The rest of them are people, our family. Got her at the phone again.
Christmas.
It's Christmas. It was at the table.
Somebody had called from long distance, I bet.
I suppose. And I don't know, there was coat racks there, so where was it? At, I don't know. Can you figure it out?
No.
Which house? This was at Peterson Street, I recognize that. I don't know what the occasion was. I don't know.
We'd gone over and Jim and Karen had come up.
Is that Karen standing up there?
Yeah.
Got Kim at the table, and looks like that might have been in Sturgeon Bay. Was that at our anniversary? I don't know who else has got a picture like that. Huh?
But they're dressed, the girls had the dresses on.
Yeah. What did they have?
They could have worn them. I don't know where else that would have been taken.
Up of Jean.
That is really good.
A few years earlier. Black and white Christmas.
No, it was navy blue. The dress is navy blue with
Well, I
white.
don't care, but it's black and white picture.
Oh, yeah.
Black and white picture. Kim's doing unless he's working on his camera. Got a picture of him. He was here, it's in our chair. This must be a later picture. This must have been taken in Owatonna, because it looks like they look right about now. And it looks like it was taken right in their driveway. Kim's sleeping on the floor, but I don't quite know whose floor. Isaac about to get a bath or just got through getting a bath. It's on his dressing table. Like he's sleeping on that one. Still on that dressing table. Seat. Not sleeping there, but he's about to go to sleep the way it looks. That one is Isaac, right?
Yeah.
Well, this was taken at our house. I can recognize looks like it's one of our tablecloths.
Looks like he's laying on the dining room
That
table.
probably is right on the table. He was laying on the dining room table. There's Jeremy looking at him. He's in that place where he gets his bath, I think, but he was going to use it for a place to go to sleep.
It was warm that year, because that was first part of March.
Yeah. Well, you know what it was when Katie, we had all that
Yeah.
terrible snowstorm. I don't know what this is. Picture of one of them that's in the hospital. I don't know which one. Jesse, is it?
Yeah.
Can't figure out where it happened, where it was taken. Kim out by the swings. I don't see him swinging anybody. Oh yeah, there's somebody in there. See him?
Yeah.
Over there further. It's Isaac in that swing chair. Mom right next to him. Ah, that is Isaac. Picture him, it's too bright on his face. And the picture doesn't look that bright. There's Isaac. By Faye. There he is out by, what is that, a sand pit out there?
Yeah.
There's a later picture of him. That's a good one. I like that one. Have a picture of Katie and her bunny. Pull it up so you can see the rest of her outfit. Katie. Well, there's our lefty. He's a left-handed thrower. Gonna be a southpaw pitcher someday. You can just pull a seed, him full of dynamite, can't you? Picture of Nathan. Katie in the background. There's a picture of, I suppose it's on Isaac's birthday. You know, their three birthdays are right together,
Yeah,
so that
that's
must be Isaac's birthday.
It's a fish.
Must be Nathan's birthday. See the turtle? Gotta be Nathan. Our first tape, we had the step of Jim, Mary, and Jean. Now on this one we got Isaac, Katie, and Nathan. Trying to figure out what this picture was about. You figured out whose birthday it should be? See if it's a birthday. Yeah, there's all kinds of candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Must have been Isaac's. In as much as Nathan hasn't reached 9. Or to that other one we had.
Not this past year, but
No.
the year before.
1990 Christmas. This was some outfits they got for Christmas in 1990. Now is that clown? Pretty loud outfit that Katie modeled at a in a show. All three kids were models. This is the thing she modeled. Grandma took, and the main one on that one is the dog, and she didn't get him. This is a picture of Katie when she didn't have her two front teeth. I will show you their whole outfit. Isn't that nice? Take a picture of that outfit, because we've had several of the same one. I'll move it up a bit again, see those fancy pants. This is the outfit, whoops. This is the outfit that Isaac modeled in that show. Mom took, I had the movie cameras taking, and she took it from behind me. You can see Katie and Nathan. Isaac hadn't quite gotten on. I'm going to back up and see if he was on that too. Whoops. Yeah, he was. There he is. She got all three of them. That party, I see we had some Jell-O that day anyway. Nathan, and she said it with all kinds of authority, so I'm not going to argue with her.
It's in the stroller we got him for when he was born.
One is too bright, but I think that's Isaac. I don't know why that shows so bright on there, because it really doesn't show that bright on the Isaac when he was a little bitty baby. That's a nice picture of the three of them. So you wonder, where are the pictures when our kids were little? We got them mostly on slides, or black and whites. We didn't use any of them yet. Well, there's Katie and Andy and Isaac and Jesse. And I don't know who that hand belongs. At Council Street.
No, that's the last
Not
one.
Council Street, Clarence Street. Clarence, yeah. We're all taking it pretty easy right
Katie's
there.
roughnecking Jesse.
Andy and Jesse, and Katie sitting down by the tree.
And Isaac's right behind Katie.
Yeah, back off, I'd find him, huh? No?
No, he's over on the other side.
Oh, I see him. Close to the TV. Got Andy and Isaac and Katie. And somebody's hand out here. Here we have a picture of Katie and Isaac. A bunch of presents. Another picture of that big wheel.
There's still another one.
Mom was still putting on decals at that point in time. Well, there's at the table. I don't know why it's just those two. The day that Isaac got his bike and Dad's going after him. At that point in time he had his training wheels on, but I'll tell you, he didn't have them on very long. They were off and he was learning to ride. This was when they were over on Clarence. I don't know where this is taken. It looks like that building must have been down the street a little ways from their house. Because that looks like the factory that's right next to their house. So must have been taken in the back there. Here's a picture of him, no doubt a birthday. Looks like he might be blowing out his candles.
Looks like they each had their own cake that day.
Picture of Katie, Jeremy, and Isaac sitting on a curb, and I think it's out in front of their house on Clarence Street. Isaac, that first day on his bike, his new bike, Dad checking him out, dressed up. I don't know, the tree looks like ours, but I'm sure it was, yeah, this is at our house. It looks like that must be a Easter day too. Here's a picture of Katie on an Easter at on Clarence Street house. Picture of them that same day.
Those have gone through already. Are you taking them out of here?
I took them right there. We were with them before. Picture her with her fancy hat. That was a good one. And I believe that's the hat she used when she came in and did somersaults afterwards, isn't it? Almost cut their heads off on this one.
Who was the middle one?
I don't know. Can't tell, can we? A lot of pictures of Katie in that hat. Boy, she was beaming that day, wasn't she?
Yes.
Well, there's another Easter, another hat, and a bigger girl. That's a head. Somebody's head. That's not a Easter, that's a Christmas.
And that's a Christmas.
Yeah. I don't know which house that's at.
It's at their house.
Well, I know it's at their house, but which place?
I don't know, I can't. Nothing to really identify.
There we go back a little way. There's Isaac when he was real small. He must have been taken to the apartment. A little bigger there. We got a couple of, I suppose they took those out when they went on trick-or-treating, wouldn't you think?
I would think so.
Well, there's another picture of the trick-or-treater. That looks like that could be down over at Sturgeon Bay by that fence, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Well, there's a picture of Isaac and Andy, but where? Must be here. Yeah, it's right out by the tree right out here. Well, there, that's at home because I can tell by the chair at her home.
That was at Sturgeon Bay. It was her dance.
No, that's at Sturgeon Bay.
When Nathan was little.
Our good old blue car. Kim's laying his
Patty.
sidewalk. There you go, Grandpa, holding a couple of them.
Nathan and Katie.
Looks like you had to read a book there, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like Katie's trying to get him out of there.
Yeah, he's looking it over close. Little picture that we have, the three of them.
It's a good one.
Got his bottle in front of the TV set. The picture that might have made a good Christmas card for them. Great picture of the three of them. Nice picture of Trace, or Katie.
It wasn't very big there.
Where that one was taken. That was at Green's, probably over at Clarence Street, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like green carpeting.
Who's that now?
Nathan.
Nathan, that's what my guess would have been. That picture of Katie's dance
Recital.
recital.
That was at Sturgeon Bay.
About the same time on that one, if it's not the same one. Mom getting her ready for the dance recital. I'm going to raise it up so we get all of her. See her fancy shoes? Be almost the same one. Maybe we took two shots to make sure. There's a picture of Katie. I'm not sure where it was from.
That's like Mary's furniture. And there's Mary's new piano.
Oh, I bet that's where we got it from out there. There we got him. Looks like he's ready to go to bed these days with so much applesauce. They're taken about the same time as the one we just got through. Sturgeon Bay, but I don't understand what the side thing was there. Okay.
That's Nathan, Isaac and Nathan. Nathan's trying to put his dad's cap on, or hat on, cap I guess you call it, and their mom. They must be Sunday, some special day.
Yeah, the fire truck, is it?
Yeah.
He doesn't like his grandma. I would guess that's the Peterson house. There's a house in the background of their neighbors. Well, I don't know what this is, but
Looks like it could have been Nathan's birthday.
he seems to be the center of attention. What Grandpa did is cut his head off. We didn't get any mom on the picture, but got a little bit of the kids. Mainly Isaac. One was taken here. I don't know if it was, must have been Katie's birthday, because that's who's got the cap on, and we took the picture of. Here we have a picture of the three of them. I guess that's at our house. TV with a,
Must have been the sun shining through.
a light. I don't know that that's our house. Looks like a bookshelf, but that doesn't look like our bookshelf.
Yeah, that's our bookshelf.
Oh yeah. That's this thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
A picture of Nathan. I backed up to see if we could get more of Mom, but it wasn't. Still, the picture itself didn't take more all of Mom, so we'll
Playing
zero
with
in on Nathan. We have Isaac. Huh. Can you figure out which house this is?
The Clarence Street house. I can see the drapes.
What's he got there?
A little car, his favorites.
We were taking Nathan this trip. I wonder if he had a birthday or something. Sturgeon Bay, and that's their sign on the outside of their house. I'm going to bring it up and bring Katie up where she belongs. Through jiggling. Mom was putting some cards in the box, and that was what the jiggle was about. We got this on a card table, and that is the way to church there. Everybody's all dressed up. All that stone, it must be at Sturgeon Bay. It's Isaac and his sister, Katie. Sure taking mood that day. This is, well, three of them. Minnie Pearl.
The kids made those hats at school. I believe she was in kindergarten when she did that.
I call her Minnie Pearl in that outfit. One of those things where I messed up by not getting that thing out of the way again. But we still got Minnie Pearl's hat, and we got Nathan and Katie. Move this one. This one again. She had a nice haircut there, didn't she? Had a birthday, I suppose, huh?
Imagine so.
Looks like he's got his hands folded. We must be saying grace, you suppose?
Don't know what he's doing now. It's a genie's.
Huh?
I think that's it. Yeah, I know it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Daddy with his three, from the littlest to the biggest, they're all on his lap.
Yeah. And Boy, and that little one was little there. What world is this?
So she's got a pot on her head.
Yeah. I'll bet you she's got to be some sort of a character in a play, I suppose.
No, that was in Fort Atkinson, yes. And that's the stairs going up to the
Yeah.
Clarence stairs. And she wasn't in school yet.
That was about the first day he was home or so.
Wasn't very happy.
He didn't much care about it. I didn't go with him that trip.
Those two aren't that bad, I guess.
No, he got used to them by then. They got a big bear, cuddly bear with him. Mom is fixing hair. This is at her?
No
No,
problem.
no, it isn't. Mom is fixing hair. That was at Clarence Street house. But he taken a video of them.
Well, that's Uncle Glenn.
Yeah, 'cause he's got blue jeans, and I don't wear blue jeans that often. I didn't then. I like my overalls I have now off the new baby. There, they're all together again. He's quite sure if this is all right or not. He's just waking up there, that one. Had a birthday party up for Katie at a pizza place. They furnished the pizzas. The kids were able to help make them. And then they had a party and drinks and the pizzas, and the whole thing was part of the party. They had a great time. We have quite a bit of video on this. Here's some more pictures of that same party. That other little girl's name was?
April, was it?
April?
So was it lived next door to them in Sturgeon Bay anyway.
Another picture. Another picture of that same party.
Kind of wonder some of those aren't repeats.
Isaac?
He was there that day.
I know, but I don't think that's he.
No, I have one. I have one here.
Oh. Took a lot of pictures that day. There's a picture of Isaac when he was little. Picture of Isaac.
From little to big.
Yeah, of course he isn't as big as he is now though.
No, big boy now.
It was in between.
Before that.
That's a nice picture of Isaac.
Yeah, I got one. Put him here.
Grandma says that's Nathan. Knowing when you got Nathan. He isn't quite the little baby he was on some of those earlier pictures. Trace when she was up there that summer in Sturgeon Bay.
He was about, let's see, 4 months old.
We got Mandy licking the spoon or licking the beater. Out by the clothesline, I guess, out on Clarence Street. Is that Jim?
Jim and Karen. Or the Jeannie.
I thought it was Jim,
It's,
Andy, Kim, and Jean.
yeah.
Irma says that's Nathan.
Hope I'm right.
I don't know. The eyes got looking, of course, they did at that time. Look an awful lot like I did. That's one I thought we had taken before, but if not, there it is. It's at our house.
That one though we've taken before.
When they were up in that area, they had some of the most beautiful trees. Isn't that a beautiful tree?
It really is.
The picture that could have been a Christmas card.
It was.
That
It was.
Was that Easter, do you think?
No, that was after she got home from the hospital. See all the flowers.
Oh, okay. Got a nice picture of her dining room table with a pretty bouquet in the middle. Another one of those pretty trees. I don't believe that's the same tree. Sure a pretty one. Good. Pretty looking dish. I don't know what the occasion was for that table. Tim and I put together some covers for Jeannie's store, and we took some pictures of it after we got done. The total time for us to put that together was about 9 hours. There's some video of this too, I remember, but this is the picture of them with the doors and everything closed. You get a better idea.
This was a Thanksgiving Day project.
It was a stove. You see, that's a sink right there, and then a refrigerator, and then a stove over the. They're all bound together in one unit. Jean, they sold this at Jean's store. Oh, there's a cake. Oh, a turtle. Well, I wonder whose birthday. It says cake. Nathan on it, yeah. Because it have to be Nathan of that kind of a. Picture of the
Sturgeon Bay House.
Yeah. Pretty trees.
And that was at the Sturgeon Bay House. It was, and then living room. What that was. Looks like a cake the kids.
Yeah, it's a cake for Easter, but I would guess if it isn't maybe the kids made that. I bet they did. See that coloring?
Yeah.
This is Fort Atkinson's where kids got on the bus to go to school. It was on the opposite corner from Jean and Kim's house. Picture that same bus. That's Isaac's, the last guy going in, or what the deal was.
Yeah.
Here's a cake that somebody made, or they got, and it was Happy Dancing. So apparently it was for one of her dancing programs. The Fancy Easter. Is that a pie?
Cake.
Cake? In a round up pie tin like that?
It was in a.
Well, anyway, and I decorated the house before the new boy came home with his mom. What the front door looked like. We had some video of bringing Nathan home. That was one of the grandchildren that I went to the hospital to bring home. Kim had to work, and so I went and got him. And Grandma took the pick movies for first try at it. The house they lived at in Council Street. Here's are some friends of Jeannie's, Karen Thompson and her husband. More pictures of that. Pretty good picture of the bride and groom. Polaroid picture of Jeannie. She was the sort of a mascot for them. And I believe this is theirs because of the coloring. It has it's blue and white, and that's Stout's colors. Here's our cat Iodine. She was always getting herself in trouble, and here she got herself on top of our old clock, which is an antique. She might have broken it. She was awful careful. Sometimes we'd wake up in the middle of the night and the piano was playing. She was running across the keys. She was a troublemaker, but she was a good cat and a smart cat. Well, we finished up with Jeannie's family pretty well, and we're going to do a few of the Polaroids. The colors aren't as sharp. They've faded down through the years. Why don't you get Phil and Louis? Louis, is that there? Yeah. So here we had a picture of Bill and Helen, taken in 1969 is written on the back of it. We're October, and we're trying to figure out what occasion is going on to be up here in October '60. Your Aunt Vic and Uncle Les. The only pictures in all our things that we found. I imagine some slides we'll have of them, but this is a real nice picture of them. Nice close-up of them. It was taken at our house in 1969, and we can't figure out the occasion. Close-up picture of Louis and Violet. Taken at that same time, and we still don't know what the occasion was. That they were all up here at that time. A picture of Trace that would normally have been with the Schellingers, but we didn't take the Polaroids because we didn't think the color was very good with that. Isn't bad. Well, there's old troublemaker again. That's something she didn't normally do, is get on the table, but she did there.
Must have been something she saw that she wanted to chase.
There's a picture of Tracy and Jessie taken here at our house. Tracy really didn't have that big of feet, just ankle. Tracy with a long dress with fancy patterns. I don't remember her in that. This brings back memories. There's a picture of
Grandma
Tracy.
and Grandpa Shelley. In the Merritt wedding.
Oh. There's a nice picture of the three of us. This is taken at Jim's wedding, during Jim's wedding. I think this is Vicky. That would be our godchild. She just got married this year. On the first tape, we have things of her wedding. We have a hodgepodge, what we're giving you now, because we're filling out a tape, and these are Polaroids. There's our cat again. She was sort of a jealous cat. She wanted to be in the middle of everything. I think that's Trace sleeping on Grandpa's lap.
That's why the cat's up there. Connie's big boy now.
He just graduated from college a month ago. This is Joe. Forgotten his last name.
Shen
Yang. He's a guy from Yap. Jim brought him over, and he went to Stout. This picture was taken after he had graduated from Stout, I'm sure. Or if not, it was close to his senior year. He stayed and he graduated from Stout, and then he worked in construction, and all of a sudden he disappeared. We don't know. He must have gone back to Yap. It's faded so much that you can't see him very well. But that was Joe when he first came, and his partner there is Leo, and I do not remember Leo's last name. He didn't stay. He stayed with us for approximately a month, and then he went to Kearney, Nebraska, to school there, and he didn't stay very long, and he went back home. Picture of Aunt Vic in her house, cooking as usual. She usually was cooking like there. She was getting out some toast. Doing the look. it could have gone in with the Schillinger one. There's Dan and Mary with their little girl. Now, was that taken around the time of their wedding?
No, this was that was a Christmas picture.
Should have not talked there. Got the recording going.
Hula girl. With 2 DVDs in it. How'd you come for that?
Is that a TV up above?
Yeah.
I think it was something. It was a picture with a reflection just above it.
Frankie's the biggest one. And who would that? Have you done these?
No.
I don't know. That's the brothers and sisters, Cy and Joe and Bub and Ken and myself and Chris and Norma. And Bub is 62 this year.
Yeah.
62 years old today.
Occasion was we were two serious people on that picture.
That's boy very stiff and proper.
There's roses in the background. Here's another picture. Is that the one that when we were?
That's the picture when you
We
were
got,
retired.
yeah. So that'll also be our 25th year of our 25th anniversary.
Okay.
That's Dick and his 2 girls and his wife Cindy, and those are Bill's 3 children. And I think that was taken at during the period of Jim's wedding. There's a picture of Willard Brown, a guy that was in the service with me. He came to visit us about the same day that we were tearing down our old shed. It's quite a few years ago. Poor Willard today is can't see. He's a diabetic, and he can't walk very well. There's Catherine's Aunt Val. She's since passed away. She was in her 90s when she passed away. I don't know how old she was in this picture. Polaroid we took of the 3 kids at Jim's wedding. Good picture. Didn't turn out, but it's a picture of our retirement party for when I left the post office. I'm up giving a speech. It's unusual because I'm so quiet. It didn't turn out very good. Matter of fact, the picture we could see nothing on. At least putting on here is a little better. It is a picture of Pat and Raj, and they brought Ray and Lorraine to see us one day, and we took a picture. Didn't do a very good job of it. Picture of Mike Warden taken, he was 3.5 months old there, it says on the back. Wish we had done that with more pictures. And this is Mike, again with his big brother Frank. Frank was the one that we knew better. He used to stay here, we babysat him. He's a businessman now. We could hardly see on the picture, but when put of this thing it came out, it's Ruth and Dawn. They used to be housemates, or they owned this. They lived in the same house while they were taught school in Oshkosh. But now each of them have their own place. Oh, here's a picture of Pat and George, but it's not a very good picture again. It's all faded. It was at one time, I suppose. Picture of the Petersons and us. know who the boy is. Black fella, I shouldn't call him boy, just as old as our kids. I don't know who he was unless, I just don't know. Well, this is Trace, but I don't know what she was up to. She had one of those things you could write on. I wonder if she wasn't taking our order.
That could be. I think if you slide it that way, you'll see there's a little cat paw. Go this way.
Yeah. But there's an orchid.
And there was a little kitty paw there, rather.
Sharon Olson at her wedding. Picture of Linda and her cousin at her wedding.
No, that was this at
At Karen's wedding?
yeah.
Oh. Here's a picture of Steve Hintzman and his wife, Peggy. Here's another picture we couldn't even see before, but it didn't come out that bad. Another picture of them. I see old Steve held his own. He didn't wear a tuxedo at his wedding. Olson at his confirmation. Didn't come out very good. Well, I imagine it came out alright, but it's faded. Pastor Staling. I don't know when it was taken, but that's a good picture of him, but it's, like I say, it's faded. Well, there's a picture of Cy and Betty and Mom at the 25th anniversary. It's a Polaroid and it's faded, but it came out fairly good.
I noticed a lot of them have those little marks on them.
Just have a mark on them?
Those little white marks.
I don't see it. Grandpa holding a couple, but it sure is it's so faded we couldn't even see a picture on it. At least it come out that much. That's just one of our trees. Kind of a pretty one. Don't know. I don't know who it is. Time spending that. Which one is that, Trace?
Tracy, yeah.
I don't know what that's all about. There's Tracy getting a bath, getting under the supervision of Jean. Yeah, that's Tracy when she was little. That Tracy.
Yeah, or is that Mandy? No, that's Tracy. I don't think we have many of Mandy. The 5 of us. Father says I can't count. That somebody's getting into trouble there. She's going to help decorate the Christmas tree.
Picture of Harold Shadney and Jeannie.
Jeannie.
Harold used to live, or they lived right back of us.
Jeannie's in her prom dress.
I don't know who this is. Mom seems to think it's Trace.
That's Jeannie at Christmas time. But we're not positive which one it is. That girl, what's her name? Diane Gady. And I can't think of his name, Dan and Mary. Can you think of his name? Friend of Dan's.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, I don't remember him. I remember him, but I don't remember his name.
On their first car they owned after they were married.
Nice picture of Mary.
size of dress I made her.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Huh?
I have to go to the bathroom. There's a picture of Mary. Nice picture. Look at it. Who is it?
That could be Mandy, but I'm not sure.
Dan and Mary and their little baby.
Yeah.
Think that's Trace?
Yeah. That's nice green velvet dress.
Picture of Tracy when she was little. Tracy and her first bicycle. And we got it and brought it about, I guess it was as far as Wausau, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they met us at Wausau, and she didn't know she was getting it, and we had it in our trunk. Now, this was her first bicycle. Boy, she had a fancy coat on there, didn't she? They lived in Green Bay at that time. It's really getting transferred. It's a picture of Tracy that we took a picture of with a Polaroid, which now we're taking a picture of with a video. Here we have a picture of Jeannie. Picture of Mary and Dan with their brand new baby. Picture of Gina and Mary. Oh, that's a little better. It's a picture of Mary. And we have another one.
Bring a cake.
I forgot to take off the record that time. We got a lot of black. Well, there's a picture of the Lorn and Jaeger family. This one on the first tape. Well, this one I never had seen before. Well, I've seen it before, I suppose, but I hadn't seen it. Sure, should have been with the first tape. But there it is. That's Karen and Bill with their great big cake. Picture of us at that conference. We just got a letter yesterday asking us to do it again this year. I think maybe we had this one before. This is Frankie, the hockey player.
Oh, I got a hockey stick. He's a lot bigger than he is.
Guys can play hockey. They got them out on the ice while they were just able to be able to walk. Nice picture of their dad, Frank. We haven't seen them in a long time. They were at Jeannie's wedding. I don't know if we've seen them since then or not.
No.
We write to them and talk to them on the phone, but we haven't seen them. They used to live at Owatonna, not too far from where Jean lives now. Frankie and Mike Warden too. That must be a no, I guess not. I say that was one of the last times they visited us, but I guess not.
No.
Another picture of Frankie and Mike. Frankie and Mike on Mike's first birthday. Look at that candle. That's Mike, 31 months old. These are little cards, little pictures. Huh?
That's these.
How old is he?
Still recording.
Oh, that's all right.
Mike in second grade.
Mike or Frank?
I mean Frank in second grade.
Yeah.
was Matthew.
Frank's 1 year older, third grade at that time. We have a picture of Mandy and Tracy.
I think that was over in Green Bay.
Is that their picture? Huh?
Yeah.
Picture of this with, this is on a Polaroid. We had one earlier, just about the same view. And there she is. There's another picture of our friend Trace. Trace, come on, Grandma says. Grandma and her little girl. Close-up of Jean. Here's a picture of Mary in black and white. This one looks like we had to get Dan up to get the picture taken. Picture.
It's a graduation picture.
First Thanksgiving at Mary's house, Mary's apartment. That looks like
Larry.
Larry helping out. That's a shot of Mary.
I don't know what.
Here, us July 1967.
What these
So
were.
Jim, July
But
67.
how could that be July 67 on the Christmas tree? Is
That
that?
took us that long to get it developed.
Oh, that wasn't that Polaroid, huh?
No. Well, that's not a Polaroid picture. That took good. That's unusual for us. About that long for it to get developed. Must have been 66 Christmas. There's a nice picture of the three of them.
That was her kitchen up there.
Up in Minneapolis.
Yeah,
They had a nice little apartment then.
that was a nice apartment.
There we have her. I suppose that's at that same apartment. A good meal with all those hands in the pie. Jeannie, Mary in her uniform.
Mary, Mary, Tom Olson, and Karen Olson. I think that was their graduation.
Sure, I would have made a Christmas card if they didn't. Uncle Vernon Olson, Grandpa's brother, holding Trace. Fancy picture of Jeannie.
I just don't know what that would have been about.
Dawn and Johnson, she and her mom and dad, she had just gotten her master's and graduated, and mom had asked her down for coffee, and she had made her this fancy cake. You made that cake.
Yeah.
What, Mary doesn't have anything over you there, does she? You really got a fancy that time. You still have that dress?
Mm-mm. Oh, I think that's when I wore to Mary's wedding.
I like that dress. Picture of Jean.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Frank Geller. Well, I suppose one of their grandchildren. They were great folks. Just like a relation to us, really. Another case where it kind of faded. That's Uncle Jess and Aunt Helen. And that car they're riding in, they had ridden in in their lifetime when it was still being run on the street normally. And this is at a parade at Knapp for the 100th birthday of Knapp. Here's a picture, Mom and I and Vic and Les and Bill and Eva Beisner, Airman Beisner, and apparently Helen took the picture because Helen's not on that. This was taken at Helen and Jess's 50th wedding anniversary. Here's a Christmas scene. Jeannie must either just got home or about to go.
I think possibly I made that cake for her. This was at the Christmas program at Peace one year, and the two girls on one each end are the Frank twins, and then the second girl in the lavender is Polly Drake, and that little boy, I just can't put a name to him. I just can't think who he was. Jeannie in the dress, she had a graduation picture, one of her graduation pictures
I
taken.
wish we could put that up here. That was beautiful.
Pardon?
Wish we could put that graduation picture up here. There's a nice picture. Bob Olson, that was the graduation picture. There's the Olsons again. They usually have their picture taken once a year. This went up once before, but if not, here it is again. One before too. And some of these pictures we had without being with the Polaroid pictures, and I think we possibly had them, but we're taking them a second time just in case we didn't. Because you see, we looked at the pictures, and sometimes you can't remember that way. There's Tracy with her drum. Now, right there, couldn't that be Katie?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that could be Katie right there. Yeah. Well, I think that's Tracy myself.
Maybe so.
Because Jeannie was a little bit younger there. And that's one of those books that I had to read to her a dozen times. Or better, I suppose they all get it that many times. People still do that. They still eat those pizzas. That's one dish I just cannot tolerate. Here's a Polaroid again. It's faded out, but it's a picture of Betty and Cy. Nice picture. Got our pictures together. We got so many of them, and I don't know. We had a lot more than we thought. But we thought we'd start out showing you what Mom and I look like at this point in our lives. This picture was taken, I guess, about a year ago. It was taken on Grandparents' Day, I believe. My memory is correct. Don't you think that's right, Mom?
I think that's about right.
And then we thought we would show you another picture. This is a picture when we were married. What's the date?
October 9th, 1947.
We did this once before and everything didn't come out right, so
This was at the old Peace Lutheran Church on 8th Street.
And no, we haven't changed all that much, would you think? This picture was taken out to Mary's on Tracy's graduation day. And so that's
1989.
That's 3 years ago. But that's the way they looked at that time, and I think they pretty much look like that right now, wouldn't you say?
I think so.
This is how we looked back in 1956, as close as we can estimate. And
You can see that Jeannie isn't a year old yet, because she was running around at 9 months.
but that's how we looked then. We got another picture. Here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We kept right on going. Here's a picture of us. I didn't mean to do that to give that break. But here's a picture of Mom and I don't know what the, you know what the occasion was? Whatever the occasion was, we got some flowers. And I don't know if it was, we do have a picture of Mom with the flowers alone, so maybe it was on Mother's Day thing. I really don't know.
Here are the two of us that day.
Here's a picture of us taken down at Jeannie's, she says. But I don't know. It was occasion because Grandma was wearing a corsage, so it was some special day, but I don't know what it was. This picture was taken on that same day with the same posies, but I don't know what it is. Here's a picture that was taken at our house some years ago.
It looks,
But it's a Polaroid picture, so it's faded.
it looks as if we only have the three grandchildren there, Tracy and Mandy and Jessie. That's the only three that appear on the scene there.
This is a picture apparently taken the same day. So you got a good idea what Mom looked at that time and what I looked at. Here was another picture of, I think it's a great picture of Mom. It was taken a number of years ago. I can tell by the thing, the wall hanging we had. We haven't had that up for a great many years. Of course, we have different curtains. Mom thinks that this picture was taken right around the time of Jeannie's wedding. So, she looks great on that picture. A picture of Kim and Mom about that same time. So it sounds like it's a possibility, all right, that's when it was taken.
Picture of me.
Here's a picture of Mom and Jeannie. Jeannie had a lot more thick hair at that time, a hairdo. Mom looked real happy. One thing this whole episode has taught us that we should write on the back of pictures when we get them back. We still don't do it, but that's a picture of Mom at a Christmas time. I can figure that out because it has a Christmas tree. It's a long time ago because we haven't had that lamp up in years and years. You can see by the size of everybody that that was taken a few years back. And it kind of, I think it's a Polaroid and it's kind of faded, but it doesn't have the hard back on it, I don't know. Here's a picture we took last August with the idea that I was going to use it for our Christmas cards, but I didn't get the film developed in time. I'm going to draw in and out on it, see if we can get a little closer view. For the sake of those people that don't know our family, that's the old fella on the complete left. There's Karen holding Nathan, and then right next to Karen is Jim, and right behind Jim is Andy, and right beside Andy is Jesse. Those are all Jim's family. And then Kim, and Jeannie's husband, and Nathan's dad, and Dan Schillinger, the and behind, next to him is Jeremy. And then when we come to the front row, we have Jeannie and her son Isaac and Grandma, and right in front of Grandma is Kevin, and right next to Kevin is Katie, and right behind Katie is Tracy, and Tracy's mom Mary, and Mandy, Tracy's sister. That would have been a nice card for us, but I goofed. I didn't get it done. Well, here's a picture. It was obviously Easter, with a lot of the Easter loot. And Jeannie was there, and we are trying to identify the other person. It's a long time back because we have a completely different setup for our TV there. Matter of fact, we have a completely different TV there, so I really don't know the year. One year we had, our kids made some, what do we call it? Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy for us. I think we still have them. I don't know, maybe those aren't the ones.
Yeah, they're the same one.
Well, I can't see any glasses on that guy. You got glasses? Because mine has glasses on.
Yeah,
We have one of them in the chair. We've just decided now that it possibly these are some Grandma had made for the kids. Here's a picture of our family some time ago, and there's of course a lot of the present members missing because they weren't born yet. It looks to us like Andy was the youngest of that group, and his mom is holding him. He's a blonde back there, and that's his mom holding him, and Jim next to her, and then there's Kim and Jean, and coming in the front row is Dan and Tracy, Grandma, and right in front of Grandma is Mandy, and Jesse's right in front of Grandma. That was Mary I skipped. Mandy's right in front of Mary. I'll bring them in closer just to see, so you get a good close look. See? Here's a picture of Jesse and Jeremy and Tracy, Mandy, Andy, and I guess it's Isaac.
he's been a baby then.
Here's an old black and white. We do go back a little farther. That's Jim pushing Connie in the stroller. And an interesting thing is that those oak trees have grown a little down through the years, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
They grow so slowly that you don't notice it, but you can see by that picture that actually they do grow.
Here's a dress that Tracy is wearing that I made Jeannie when she was, I would imagine about that age.
About what age?
I don't know, I would say 6 or 7. Although
She looks older than that.
Yeah, she looks older than that. Of course, those days the dresses were longer. So when I made it for Ginny, so maybe Tracy. Well, I can't tell. Can't tell what cars are the next door, so I don't.
On before. That's Jeannie and Grandma, and we must have been had a sort of a picnic of some sort, but
It looked kind of cold
it looked kind of cold that day, right, for a picnic. But there's other folks. See back there's another bunch of tables back there with some kids at it.
You must have had a baby along, because there's a bottle of apple juice and a bottle of milk. Boys.
We know it's Grandma. We're not sure who the other person is. Well, it looks like we're going to eat, but I think an interesting thing that I see down below, there's a TV. So apparently while I was doing my cooking, I didn't miss out on a football game, if that's what it was. Mom would accuse me of that anyway.
Can't tell them apart.
Well, we got them out in the backyard. It looks like the fall of the year. The leaves are down, and but it must be warm enough to be sitting there. And I really don't know when or what we took that picture, but we got it. This is a picture that we took the same day as we took that other picture of the gang. And well, we had the camera on the tripod, and then it's one of those delayed action ones, and I'm the one that ran in, and I ran right in, and so I was in front of Karen and a lot of the others, so we decided we didn't want to use that one. But one thing it does do, it shows Jeremy a little better than the other picture, and it shows several of the people. Mandy we can see better in this one, and Andy managed to keep himself hid, and so did Kim on both of them. Someone had given us an Easter lily at Easter time, and then we planted it out in the garden, cut it back and planted it out in the garden, and just before frost, it blossomed again. And it really blossomed beautifully, and that's why we took a picture of it. This picture was taken up in York County. I get after Jess because he got his hair too long. Look at that hair. The picture we took up in Door County when we were all camping together, and looks like they wanted Grandma and Grandpa and all the grandchildren, but I don't see any baby there, and it seems to me I remember Isaac was a baby.
Oh no, he was the littlest. I'm holding him.
Is that Isaac?
Yeah.
You sure that's not Jeremy yet?
Well, Jeremy's right in front.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Must be Isaac. But he was just a little fellow then. Later on, we showed you a picture of the five of us, original Jaegers, and this was one when we were out camping. And same time I had the long hair. You see how nice and neat Jim's is? Well, here's a picture that we were taking, and it seems to me that was where we were camping up in Door County. Well, there's some more pictures that we took while we were up there camping. Well, there's a picture of the whole gang that was up there that year.
But there's a switch. Karen has Isaac, and Jeannie has Andy. They switched boys. Where's Mandy? Oh, there she is.
When we were having that picture, that family picture taken that I showed you about, the one that I was going to use for a Christmas card, Jesse wanted to have the picture of Tracy and Mandy and Jesse taken because they had taken it by that same tree many years earlier. So this was the old picture that was taken that Jesse was talking about. This is the same tree now that we have now that we took this year. Kind of changed. Poor Tracy was the biggest, now she's the smallest.
But now they're all three teenagers.
Well, a couple days, and we can't call
And Tracy won't be a
Tracy
teenager.
isn't a teenager anymore.
She was a teenager when that was taken.
Not really. She was 20 years old.
Oh, that's right. Oh,
Here's a picture of the grandchildren some years ago. The baby was Katie, and the rest of them are all there, but Katie was the baby. We still didn't have Nathan. This was taken in Port Atkinson. Picture of us. It was taken, I believe, for the church, for the church directory. And we had a small one, so here's that picture. The picture I made a mess of. I do that quite often. I don't get the cover of my camera out of the way. But that picture fairly recently of the 3 Jaegers. I can't remember, was it this past summer that we took that picture?
Yeah.
I believe it is. By the way, we're starting the taping of these on 21st.
21st,
Mary's birthday. We won't say how old she is. Boy. Andy?
Andy, or must be Andy.
There's Grandma looking at somebody. Boy, I tell you, so many of these kids, when they were little, they all look so much alike that we're having difficulty telling who they are. Grandma thinks this one is Katie. I don't know.
We don't, well, that's the only little girl we've had, so it isn't either. That's not.
It's not Mandy.
Or Tracy.
Well, here we have a picture that I couldn't tell for sure. Grandma thinks it's Isaac. Good close-up of Grandma. And could very well be Isaac. We have a pair of woodchucks that live over the hill from our house, and especially in the fall of the year when the acorns begin to fall, he comes up and has a feast. We don't see too much of him the rest of the year, but at that time he's around, and they've been around for a number of years. And that's our friend, the woodchuck.
We haven't named him yet.
Let's call him Woody. On our 25th anniversary was the same year that I retired from the post office, and we took a trip. And went in southern Wisconsin and came up the river, and we ran into the Delta Queen at Wabasha, and we got a couple good pictures of the Delta Queen. Here's another view of the Delta Queen. We wanted to go on, but what was the reason they wouldn't let us on?
Cleaning it up.
They were doing something, getting ready to leave, and so they wouldn't let us on. This is one of our many Christmas trees. I think it must have been one of our prettier Christmas trees. It really filled out real well. And our cats left it stand, so we made out pretty good on that Christmas tree. Here's a little girl that's all pooped out. That's Trace. I don't know how old she was, but she's going to have curly hair that day anyway, wouldn't she?
Well, it's all fixed up, so
It looks like it's all fixed up for a shower of some sort. I see that cake looks like juicy and a lot of food on there, so we can't remember. But looks good. Do you know what you were doing at that time?
No, I really don't. I must have been cooking because I've got an awful mess. I can't tell what's on that.
Well, here's a picture that we had taken for one of the church directories. It was a bigger picture, and so it got just the head part of it. It was a picture that was taken at that same time, so I guess
it's very good.
It's not a very good picture of me.
Yes, it is.
But that was us at that time. This is Jolene, Ken's youngest daughter. She's some kind of a business major now. She was valedictorian of her class. Here's another picture of her. That's not a very good picture of her. We always thought Mandy looked something like her at one time, but that's not a good picture of the 5 of us many moon ago. I don't know when it was taken. It's not a good picture. It is a Polaroid. Picture of Mandy. It was taken here at our house. I don't know what the deal was on it. Picture of her. Looks like her birthday, doesn't it? Because it's the same. It's about the same time here. Happy Mother's Day cake. but we don't know where it took place. It looks like Jeannie's
Yeah.
table.
Looks like it might be Jeremy.
I don't know who it is. Well, that's Aunt Bertie over there on the
I don't know where that was
background.
taken.
Was taken right here. Oh,
Graduation. It looks like her uncle there.
picture of Grandma. Not a great picture, technically wise. Looks like her, but not well taken.
Yeah.
That's Jeannie's Sturgeon Bay. Picture of us. Each year at Stout they have a conference for the disabled, and we take a class, and this happens to be we're playing color bingo. They have to recognize the shapes and also the colors, and some of the colors are pretty close related, so it's kind of hard to do, but that's what's going on in this picture. In this case, see if I can move it over a little bit. It's Lois Schultz, who also works at this program, and she and I are discussing very seriously something or other. Now there's a very studious lady. I don't know what she's up to, but she is really serious about it. Three of us, we must have been getting ready to go to church.
It was at Easter time.
It was taken at Jeannie's house in Sturgeon Bay. Seasons mixed up here, but here's a picture of Grandma in the summertime. I don't know what that's all about. I can see a cord going up there. I don't know, and there's something white on the wall, but I don't quite understand what it's all about. And a wedding had to deal with Cy. Another wedding, but this one's David is it's a good picture of David Olson, so we kept it. The picture of Mom and I when they tried to cut my head off. They probably knew what they were doing, but we kind of liked the suit. There's a picture. I think we had one a little earlier. That same bunch of flowers. We don't know whether it's Mother's Day or what it is. I kind of think it is. We had a similar picture where I messed it up, but this one's a little bit better. Pretty good picture of the three of them together. Well, we get a picture of the five of us. And there it is. I'm trying to locate where we were when that picture was taken. But anyway, that was the five of us. It couldn't have been taken too long ago. Another one of those showers or something. Now it looks like Mary and Grandma there.
You picked them up, I think.
It looks like I'm going to bring that one in and see what happens. No, that's not Joe. I don't know what it is.
And Jeannie
I'm
and
going to bring it
Patty
in a little
Lafferty.
closer.
Patty's a grown-up girl and married now.
Let me bring it all the way in. This is another one of the pictures of our wedding day, and Dory Brightsman at that time, and that's the bride, and the old man, and Chuck Nenas, who was best man.
Gee, he looks young there.
Sharp bunch, don't you think? Here's a picture, step ladder with Jean, Mary, and Jim. I'm going to let it slide up so you get to see the bottom.
She was tiny.
That's a picture of our retirement from the post office. Know who that is? That's your mom.
Well, that was real.
Now there's a picture of Jean and Mary.
I believe it's Jeannie's confirmation because she has a white dress on.
The year that I was in the Army.
That was 1951.
Spring of 1951. Just to show you the snow. Now that's our oak tree out there. Do you see where the snow came up to? I'm gonna see. I can't slide it back up, so you get to see the bottom. See that? A little better idea what the snow was like. That time we had a front porch on the house, and that you can see.
Look at that, almost halfway up that window.
Picture of Jim with Grandpa Smith, and look at the snow behind. Now that's the back porch, and you see where you can hardly just see the roof. Picture of Jim and Mom and Grandpa Smith, and there you see there's an awful lot of snow. You just barely see Helen's garage and house.
That was their
That was just
Easter because Jim has his Easter bunny.
Yeah, and that's just before you came out there.
Yeah, that's what we were waiting for to clear up.
Easter that same year. Had it all on the sled, you notice. Another picture of Jim in his fancy outfit. The snow wasn't quite that deep at that time.
That was in the middle of April.
Next batch of pictures are all going to be on our 40th anniversary, and you can see that was at the end of the day. At least you can see it by me, can't you? I had already shed my suit and gotten into my sweater, and my hair really needed a combing. We're taken at the senior center in Menominee. We had everybody over. This particular picture is just the Jaeger family. We had a lot of other folks there, but that's another picture of the, I guess it's the Jaegers.
Yeah.
Only, but with, except Pat Vorpal is right on the real right. She was going to come back and try to get some pictures herself. We butted in there. I don't know who took these. I think it was Dick. The church on the following the Sunday following and in this particular picture, we got a picture of Dan and me. And Dan was so busy on the day of the anniversary, he was taking pictures with a video camera. Picture of Pat and Ruth. We in all our pictures, we don't have many of them, and that's really a fine picture of those two, I think. Here we have a picture of Vic and George and Pat and Ruth. That was taken on this same day. All these pictures we're doing right now was on that. After it was all over, they were gathering around talking. And it's Laverne on the complete left, and then my cousin Winnie Kirk, and then there's Mabel, that's Laverne Jaeger's mom, and then Vic, and Bill, and Frank Jaeger. A good picture of our whole family at that point in time. Of course, at that time we didn't have a Nathan, but I think everybody else is included. See how little Katie was on that? So we didn't have a Nathan at that point. There we have a picture. Is that Mary right in front?
Yeah.
And there's Dan and Tracy back farther, and I guess the rest we can't recognize. Picture that was taken over at the church right after the ceremony. We had a reception over there for a lot of people. And we can see Bill right in the middle, Frank right next to him. I don't recognize who was on next to him. Crossovers, Laverne and Mabel. I'm going to draw this one in. There's a person there I don't recognize it from the distance.
Helen.
No. Must be though.
Yeah,
I guess that's Helen. She wasn't feeling very good that day.
And then that was Cindy.
Only Mom and I, there were a lot of other folks around, but the only one you could, apparently were taking us. We had the relationship, not the
Smith.
younger ones, but
The Smith
the
side.
Smiths, on the Smith side. I'm going to see if I can draw it in a bit. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. See Vic and Pat right there, and Mom and I, and Helen and Ruth, and then right back of Helen is, I don't know.
That's
I think Dick is there,
that's Dick.
and
Bill.
and Violet, and Cindy, and George, clear over on this side. Ruth must be back there in that corner.
Well, Ruth is way over here.
Oh yeah, so I don't know who that is. His glass is way back there. You and I are right in front. We should have been, shouldn't we? Here's a picture that has them all. I think this is at the church, at the reception at the church. Facing us is Helen and Cindy and Violet. And way over at this corner was Mabel and Laverne, and his back to us is Frank, and then Bill right next to him. I still haven't learned who that one guy is. We have a picture of Cindy and Pat and Violet. I guess this was still at the church. Karen talking to Violet and Helen and Bill and Billy. All Smiths.
There's a good one.
Here we have a picture of the Vorpals. Ruth and Vic and Pat and George Schlageter. That's a nice picture. I think it's the only one we have. Here's a picture of old Mom and Dad with the cake. Earlier, Dan did the picture. We just got that camera. Do we still have it? We just got that camera as a present for doing just this. And here we got a picture of Dan. He spent a great part of his day doing that for us. We sure appreciate it, because we had almost 2 hours of videotape of that day. It's part of the program where Andy played the violin. He now plays does play the piano, and he also plays saxophone. He doesn't play his violin so much anymore. Jim, he was the MC for the day. Did a fine job at it, I might say. And I don't know what else to say. That's a few years ago, but he made it. All the kids made it a wonderful day for us. Mom forcing me to eat part of the cake. I don't think we went through all that rigmarole when we got married. Here's another one of her giving me the cake.
It's the same one, I guess.
When they all got through picking on me, then I put up my rebuttal. That was a wonderful day we had. Was a table pretty much of the Smiths and Vorpals, and this was at the senior center. Had a nice visit. Short but nice. Now this is I imagine that's Karen, whose back is to us. Karen Olson.
Chris
What's her name?
Regan, and then is
Linda. We can see Linda.
and Scotty and his wife, and Linda's husband, and Karen's little girl. I can't even think of her name is now. Rita. And there is Chad. And somehow or other, Katie got over at that table. She was a lot happier then than she'd been.
That one right in front is Jesse, and that's Tracy.
Isaac.
Isaac, I guess, down there in the blue jacket. And the rest have their backs to us, so we don't know who they are.
You'll notice that Mandy and Tracy were sick of wearing dresses by that time, so they went into slacks and shirts.
That we've gotten over being dressed up. I guess we weren't in that one. Yes, we were. Way in the back. Like I told you before, the earlier picture, this is Sunday morning, and we have people standing outside of church after it was over, and that was the breaking away that a lot of them started for home. This being Sunday morning, they had to start home to get home. In this picture, the people realized they were having their picture taken, so they all faced the camera. And that's the whole bunch. I have a picture of the Schillingers.
And you'll notice Mandy is wearing Grandma's wedding dress.
Mandy was about 12, close to being 12 at that time. No, she was about 11 and a half.
Fit her perfect.
Well, there's another picture of the Schillingers.
Cake.
I'm going to draw in and see what happens.
And Mary made that. It's on a tray that we received as a wedding gift or shower gift. Is the plate that my mother had her wedding cake on. That's Tracy and Mandy down to Chris and Don's.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
They stayed with Chris and Don that night.
This is pick up close, and then that's Lorn and Frank Jaeger and Bill talking. Well, that's the brain trust talking, I guess. This is Dan and Jim talking over in this corner, and Karen and Dick, I think, in the other corner. I don't know that this was part of that day. It may have been part of that weekend, but I don't recognize the background on that one. But anyway, it's Grandma and Katie and Jeannie and Kim. Here, Katie was upset.
It was kind of a hard weekend for her.
This had been a tough weekend for her. Anyway, at the time, she had about had it by the time we was in the afternoon. She was all right in the evening. She was high gear over the evening, but...
Well, her daddy was in Sturgeon Bay, and they were in Fort Atkinson, and she just had it being apart.
She was the youngest of the bunch. That's Joan Bowl right next to Jeannie and Kim, and I can't tell who that person is way off the side. Still don't know who it is. By looking at the trees in the background, that this is October the 10th, and this particular picture's taken. Wisconsin's Beauty. One I recognize there is Linda Cochran, Linda Hammer.
There's Connie and Christy Olson.
No, I think maybe that's Isaac in the background.
Mary and Norma and Chris, and I don't know who's sitting, I think that was Elvira, and Virginia. Our church on Sunday morning.
Well, that cross is way back. Oh yeah, it's way, actually, it's on the other side this time, isn't it? Yeah. There's Norma.
Yeah.
Well, there's Linda cleaning off a platter, I guess. And Tracy, and there's Sherry, and Sherry's mom, Chris. There's Ruth helping out. Mary, I don't, she's got a funny expression on her face, but I don't know what it's all about.
Eek. I can't get.
Well, there's Elvira where we can see her.
Yeah, but by Tracy there.
And Jen and Tracy and can you see it? Well, I'm back there and I don't know who the other or Jeannie, I guess. There's Bill and Helen and George, I believe. On this side, I don't know.
Looks like could have been Betty there, doesn't it? Could have been.
Cindy and is that
Vic.
Pat and Vic. Down on the end, I don't know. And George and Ed, we see.
Don and Dick and
Jerry and Ken and Bob and Cy.
and Allie.
Allie, you know. Allie was sort of half hidden.
Looks like Dick must have been the.
There we have a picture of Bill that's close up. And there's Vic talking to Helen. And I don't know who the
Karen.
person, Karen, I guess. She must be ready to go home. I know we did all that talking for nothing. Say it again.
Kim, Dan, Jeannie, Sherry, Betty, Karen, and Mary.
Well, there's, must be
Something
getting
Mary-
ready to go home.
Mary and Tracy left. Look at Mary and Tracy's hair is almost the same color in that picture.
Well, there I am in the background, Pat up forward, my mom, and George, I guess that is. That's it. Here's a picture we took after we had had breakfast at the Country Kitchen in Milwaukee. There's a reflection there on Pat. There's Helen and Ruth and Bill and Billy. You weren't in on that one at all, were you? No. That's,
Susie, Bill, Helen,
Laura Lee.
Laura Lee, and Billy's back with her, and Mary Lee, and Bill the third.
This was at Bill's 80th birthday, taken in Bill's backyard, Billy's backyard. And Bill and Jim and Bill and me and Dick and Billy. And who's that?
That's Larry.
Larry, that's what. And the two little ones are,
Julie and Steve.
yeah. Here's Violet and Bill and Mom and Helen and me and Vic. We left Mom out, but she must have taken the picture. Three generations of Bills. Billy's family, I don't know where we got it, it's a print off of a program or something. We liked the way the dressing was, and we don't remember what the occasion was. Should, but I don't. Here's one of the, this is in Billy's backyard, and this is one of the truly good pictures that we have of Bill and Helen. It's really sharp. Doesn't look 80 there, does he? Billy the Third, back in Detroit now as we're doing, took this, he had gone to New Guinea. They're taken in Billy Mary Lee's backyard. We got Ruth and Vic and Mom on that one. There's another picture of Bill and Jim. Here we got a picture of Bob, which we normally don't get. And Mom and Ruth. I really don't know where the picture was taken. I think it was in Billy's front yard. If I remember correctly, he came late. We were sitting in that hotel waiting to go up on that elevator. Wasn't that where it was?
I think so.
And Ruth and Vic, Pat, Laura Lee, I think. Misleading in that it looks like he's sitting there all by himself, but actually Jim and some of the others are just across from him, and at that point he's doing the listening. You can see that they truly have a beautiful backyard. I particularly like this picture because it's a great picture of those three together. It was hard to get them to come to roost to have those three together, but isn't that a nice picture? And a bunch of serious folks right there. Somebody must have been telling something serious. But who's this one right here in the corner?
I don't know.
But next is Pat and Dick. And I really don't know the one across there either. I don't recognize him. Well, here we have Pat and Vic. I guess Mom was behind Vic, and then Ruth. Who are these?
Cindy.
Cindy and their girls.
One of the girls, I don't know them apart.
Here's why we all came. We got Bill blowing out 8 candles. They should have had times 10 on that. He sure doesn't look 80 years old there, does he?
I guess not.
Here's a particularly nice picture of Violet. Vic covered her hands up, her face up with her hands, so we can't see her very well. We got another picture of Billy the Third. I think this is who Bill was talking to before. This is Jim on the other side. That didn't come a flash, was kind of strong. It was that night. So this is Bob, and as I said before, I think he couldn't come until after work, and so he came late. Violet, I can see Bob over there, and I don't know who this one is taking the picture. We've had him before. I don't think that one's Jim, is it?
Either Larry or...
Look like some cousins together there. Dick and Marge and Jim and Mary.
What, there was something about the age groups. What was that?
I don't know. Well, here we had some more cousins.
That's the older quarter.
There's something about the age groups they had there. Well, it's Cindy and the girl. If it's Dick, it doesn't look, wasn't a good picture of Dick, I don't think. Bill and Helen, taken the same day. Kind of a pretty setting, isn't it? That was a nice day. Everybody was well, and we just had a good day that day. It's nice when we can all get together under those circumstances. Just to prove he did it, we got him blowing them again. And we took all the ladies. I give you an extra long look at them, and you can figure them out for yourself. Bill's cake before he got around to the candle blowing. Gives you a good shot of the table. Make you downtown Detroit and went up high in some big hotel down there and looked over Detroit. Another view of the hotel. View overlooking the river. Kind of foggy. Nice views from the top. There's another view from up above. Oh, I forgot to shut the camera down. Oh, here's some pictures of old Bob laughing, and Ruth, Mom, table, and when we went to see Bill on his birthday. Picture of Vic and Bob and Helen and one of her granddaughters. Laura Lee. You don't often see Vic quite that demonstrative. A good picture of Vic. She was in good stead that time.
Wasn't she though?
I wasn't that aware of it until now. Mary, Violet, Cindy, Helen, and Laura Lee. There's a picture of the Schlageters, apparently taken at the time of Tom's graduation. It was a Christmas card picture that we had. This is taken out to Mabel's. It was Jerry, Brad, Laverne, that's what I was trying to think of.
Jean and Jim.
Jim, yeah. Bernie and Barbara. Her brother from Chicago. There's a picture of Joe and Grandma Olson when Joe was in the service. Here's a picture of Joe and Grandpa. Boy, he was all dressed up that day.
Oh, I guess so. Oh, an ugly lip Joe had down in Menominee.
There's a picture of Ken when he was little. Grandma says it was when he was taking
Taking
down.
it at Elma's.
Taking it down almost. The picture of Joe and Cy in a swing at Aunt Alma's. Was that down at Aunt Alma's too?
Yeah, that was. Well, let's see, that must be Dickie. No, that's Linda. Or who is it? I think that must be Vicky because although Connie and us were her sponsors, I don't know what the baby was. It was in the front row are Virginia and Elvira's mother and dad, the Irvines and dad, Grandpa and Grandma, Bub up there and me and Jean Hammer, Chris and Lorn. I think I figured out that picture.
Picture of Bernie and Barbara. And some of them are the same, so we won't show them but once. Picture of Joe, but we don't know who the other person is. Goes down. You wonder that wouldn't be when he retired, would it?
I kind of wondered.
There's a picture of Chris. I don't think looks like her. Boy, she sure looks a lot like your Joe and Bob and Ken. Joe was in the service. That's a picture of Catherine and Chris out on the farm with some kittens. Let me zero in on that one too. Maybe we can get a little, see the kittens.
And I guess that's all of them.
This is sort of out of place, but this house that you see there in the background. Maybe I can come in on it a little bit. That house, we lived in Manitou Springs when I was in the service during the Korean War. Jim and Mom and I lived there. And then on the other floor there was a Pat and Mike, I remember. In order to get up at top of Pikes Peak, you could drive up with your automobile, or you could go up there on a cog railroad, and they had a depot. And this was right across the street from where we lived in Manitou. And this was the depot. I never rode in it. It's the cars were built on an angle so that in sitting in them, you'd be level.
That's at Jim's house after Aunt Val's funeral. There, Estelle, Dorward, Norma, Betty Amrine, and Betty and Cy out in the kitchen, I guess. That's the old reunion in Iowa in 1991 in August. Picture of David, Randy. Let me push that close. I can't see the third one. I guess that's Harlan, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
Bill.
Bill Olson. And the dog.
What's his name? Okay.
That is Amy, Randy's wife, with Jay's little girl, and that is, which one of the boys that is? And Randy over next. No, Jay over next to him, then there's another one on the other side a little ways.
What, you mean this over here?
No, I guess not. Is that Ronnie there?
Might be.
Harlan and Bill and Randy there. That's it out on Randy and Amy's farm. You don't have to tell them about that one.
This one I took of Bub sleeping, and I was really going to have something on the guy, and look what happened. I don't know where that line came from, but I didn't get it, didn't get the proof. If he just kept his face open, it'd have been all right. That's when we were breaking up. Let's see if we can draw them in.
Cy and Betty and David. And that was Amy and Hannah, her name is. There's Elvira and her boys, Jay, Randy, Elvira, Mike, and Ronnie. That's Steve Olson. I don't know who the other
I don't know who that guy is.
What? Ken, Cy, and Chris and I.
There. That take care of that? Or are we still on them?
Now we're drinking Jaegers.
Oh, shoot, I got it on lots of Mabel, Ronnie, and Bommy. Taking it out there, I guess. Taken when Mary and Dan took us over to see Mabel. And Mary, Mabel, and Mom and her shadow. Mom watching a baseball game or basketball. It would have been baseball, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Baseball game. A picture of Bob and his rocker. Nice close-up of Mom and Aunt Mabel. Picture of Ron in the easy chair. These were taken when we went to visit Aunt Mabel a few years ago. Brother Ray, and this picture was taken on his last trip to our house. He was, I think that was in the summer, and in the fall he was listening to the Packer Bear game, and he had a heart attack, and he died a few days later, but he never came out of it. I think that's a good picture of him, though, despite the fact that he hadn't been feeling that well. Here we had there's a picture of them that same day. That's Lorraine and Pat and Renee.
Oh, that's right, that one is here.
And that was taken on that same day as the other one. Here's another picture of Pat. We were down to see her just lately. To her house. She's got a dandy house. It was taken, I believe, at the reception after Lorraine's funeral. It was I thought possibly the last time I'd see a lot of those kids, so we did go to a wedding afterwards. We must not have taken any. We just took video pictures of that one, didn't we? Pictures of all of Ray's kids. And I had asked if I could take a picture of them because I didn't have any, and not since they were grown up. So this is in our list. This is one of the few times we ever got them all together. We had them separately, but we did go to Gary's daughter. That Gary's the middle one there, the tall one, and we got a picture of his daughter's wedding, and we got a lot of video on that wedding. The whole family together. I guess probably they never get it, do they? This is taken that same day. I almost cut Terry off of that. The picture at that same day was of Mom and Pat eating lunch together. There's a nice picture of Patty there. Well, a nice picture of Mom, but well, there's a picture of that. I don't know who the people are, but it was taken at the same. It was at a motel, the living quarters of the motel. Down in Sparta. Gary, who's that next to Gary?
Roger and Pat.
Oh yeah. Didn't look like Roger on that shot. I'm going to zero in on him here. Oh, I guess so. Picture of that big snow is another picture we overlooked. Just look at how that stuff is piled up. You can see where the mailbox is and see how it is by comparison. Jeannie, but it's not, it won't stay in there, so I'm holding it. That's why it didn't look very good.
That
Here's Jeremy at 4 months old. Looks like he was a thinker then, doesn't it? One of Mary's graduation pictures. This is sort of a hodgepodge because these should have been with each of the family, but somehow we got them some hodgepodge here, so that's all right. There again, we got one of the Schillingers. It's a nice picture of them. Got quite a few of the hodgepodge here. Recognize him? That's Isaac, I think.
That's all that from Clark in North South Dakota, I bet.
I don't know what it is. It looks like they're wading in a creek to me. Grace and Mandy. And similar to this before. I don't know if it's the same one or not, but it won't hurt to have it back over again. Jim, Mary, and like Jeremy got himself in a little trouble. See him looking back for somebody to holler at him?
Imagine somebody did holler at him.
Looks like Jess.
1980, which...
There's a picture of Mary and Jim when they were little.
That was a picture that was supposed to be a surprise for their dad. And Jim managed to keep quiet until when I went to get him, he says, "I've got a surprise for you, Dad. All I can tell you, it was a picture that the same man took, the photographer that was at the church." I'd had my picture taken there.
Here's Jessie that somehow got into this pile. I think we'll probably see quite a bit of that. We went through that in a hurry. Jessie at 5 days. And Helen Cry, this was sitting in her easy chair out in her house, and I thought it was a real good one. We have another one here of her too, don't we?
Yeah.
Picture we had of Aunt Helen. We must have some more around here somewhere of her. We'll have to look up some other time.
Yeah, I know we have some of their 50th wedding anniversary somewhere.
Yeah. Picture of, what is his name? Mabel's son.
Mabel.
Hazel's son. And his wife. Stopped in here to see us. His name was Junie, but I think he's changed it. Junie Kokendorfer. This is their son. He was with them also that day. I've only seen him once since he was a little guy. I don't remember his name. And I've only seen Junie once since he was a little guy. Had a bed full of kids. Jeremy, Jesse, who's that guy on his hands and knees? And Tracy, I guess.
This Isaac. I'm kind of wondering where that could have been taken.
Well, that might have been taken during one of those campouts we had.
Oh, I bet so. On Clarence Street.
Well, that isn't their stoves and stuff there.
Yeah, their stove is, that's a tan. There's the cupboards, remember they had metal cupboards there?
I don't think so. There's a picture we have of our kids when they were little. Jim, Mary, and Jeannie. We had this one before, but if we do, we've got two of them. Maybe it's a different spot. About the same age group anyway. It seems to me like the same dresses. It's a good shot of the
Whole family.
whole family.
Yeah, Bub's got a corsage on.
And the whole family family together. It's a good picture. It was taken by a professional photographer. That's a real good picture of the Olsons. Todd Cockrum. That's Chris's grandson. And he now has a son that plays hockey. That would be Chris's great-grandson. These two are wardens. I don't remember. Frankie is the one on the right. What's the other one's name?
Mike.
Mike. Frankie we used to babysit. And he's a real sharpie. He's a businessman now. And Mike is going to the University of Minnesota, Duluth. Both of them are good hockey players. No, I can't get them out of there, Mom. Oh, and it's on record to you. Here we took, just before we went up to visit Aunt Mabel. We were a few pounds heavier there those days than we are now. I mean, obviously we're pretty happy that day. I think it was on the Sunday before we left, don't you think?
It likely was.
One of the warden boys taken together. I don't know where they lived at that time. My guess would be Owatonna.
No, that was while they were still in
Up in
Superior.
The picture of the whole family, and that obviously was in Owatonna then. And that was taken. And the bigger boy was the one that we babysat. He was sharp as a tax. And we didn't get to know the other guys so well. Those are some swell people. This was taken down to, in Owatonna at Jeannie's, out by a little picnic table. This picture was taken down at Jean's too. That's a nice picture, a fairly recent picture of the three. Not quite sure, but we think that's Isaac. It was our Christmas tree in 1990. This year we didn't get a chance to put one up.
We have curtains, we don't even have them.
No. This is taken some time ago because we didn't have the what do we call these things? Blinds that we have now. We had curtains and we had different kinds of racks. And I think we were a little bit younger.
Yeah.
This is
No, it's not still those old ones.
huh?
Still the old ones.
Oh yeah, it's not still like we have it now because they still had some racks that we don't have anymore. We have some regular book racks on the side. The front part is the same, but I noticed we didn't have any records in there at that time, did we?
Mm-hmm.
Record part was empty.
Mm-hmm.
You take that picture. Well, these flowers had weathered the frost, several frosts. You can see the leaves are all down in there. I hadn't raked them out yet. And I thought it was going to be real cold the next night, so I went and took a picture of them. Then I covered them up, and they lasted still a little while. Flower, that's a sad part of flowers. They're so pretty just before frost. The guy that used to work with us at Stout, his name was Finley. Last we heard of him, he was out in Denver, Colorado, running some eat place. I talked to his mother one time when we were in Janesville. His mother lives in Janesville. His name is Jim Finley. This is Gordon Underwood. He was the other half of my shoulder half when I was in the Army, when I was overseas in World War II. That's his wife, Ella. And I believe he told me he was 80 years old old this year. He was a real fine person, and we became very good friends. We talk at least once a year on the telephone. Bill's kind of high, but we do talk. We didn't do that until 25 years after we came home. And he was so overtaken when I called him that he couldn't talk. He asked me if I wanted to talk to Ella, whom I had never met. So we talked a while, and then he got back on the phone, and then I couldn't get him off. That telephone bill cost me $11. Nice picture of Betty and Si. I don't know for what purpose they had that picture taken, but that's still a nice picture of them. Time ago on these, we had some pictures of Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy, and we said they were given to us. Those are Grandma had made. These are the ones that were given to us. And the reason I know is we still have them. Secondly, you notice they have glasses on. Both of us wear glasses, and we still have them, and they're sitting on the piano.
The other ones I must have made.
Here's some pictures that we took at from the conference. What they try to do is get some of us that had been at the conference, but most of them had gone home by then. That's one of the great days of our lives. We're so doggone tired we can hardly move after the day is over. But it's a 3-day conference for the disabled. And here were some of the instructors and guides. Here was that same conference, and what we would do is we'd go up and get our class and take them down. And you see that little sign behind there, it says games. That would tell us that all the people were going to have that course of games. That year we were in charge of games, and we would take them down to a room and we'd play games. The picture of Isaac on his bike, I'm sure that other one was that too. His first bike that he ever had, he learned in one afternoon to ride it. I've never seen anybody do it so fast. He was determined. Took a lot of spills, but boy, he was determined. Here, Elmer and Fran Bressler. Fran graduated from high school with me. Elmer's a little bit older. He was the postmaster most of the time that I worked at the post office. He was my boss. This was his Fran's 50th wedding anniversary. Interesting picture that Grandma made Mary. I don't know. Did you make?
I don't think so.
You just make the Marys.
I think so.
These are nurses' outfits, and Pat had a nurse's outfit, and Mary had one, and Karen Weeman had a nurse's outfit, and they went up to show off at the old hospital, and that person that's with them is Myrtle Worth. And Myrtle Worth, now the new hospital's been named after her. She's still alive. This is got some Petersons in it. I'm going to draw in and see what I can find, how many I know. Yeah, there's Bill and Mrs. Peterson. I believe that's Joe and Jim and Karen. And where's Mom? I must have taken the picture. Oh, and the boys, Ken and Jim. I don't think so. Well, maybe that is me way off the other one side. Yeah, I guess it is. Us, taking long.
Time Jeannie was married, that was the address. Of course, it could have been after that.
Picture of us that was taken 1990 in January of 1991. We had gone down to Jim's for late Christmas, so we celebrated New Year's there, and that picture was taken at that time. probably one of the better pictures of us. If you're taking a mom on some special day, she's got a corsage on. Her hair looks different than it normally is. A nice picture of Mom. Must have been a Mother's Day or something. I see some flowers there right next to her. I suppose that's why we took the picture. A picture of Grandpa taking life easy. I must have had a hard day that day. Here's a good picture of us. I'm going to slide the picture up a little bit so you see what our rest of our clothing was. It was a bright sunshiny day, and that kind of blots out, causes a squint a little bit. The picture, good old summertime, but it must have been a good summer that year because the grass is also nice and green. Like our big backyard, if we just didn't have so many bugs to spoil it. Here's a picture of Mom with the Christmas tree. We have another one where we had a double exposure, and that, we couldn't figure out what that was all about, and then we noticed there were 2 lamps. That's a picture of Mom, one on Christmas. I see what happened. We got a bunch of we have a bunch of.
Gotta reach up because the little guy doesn't show up there.
Oh, is he there too? Why, sure. Here's the best looking one of the bunch. He's got the most beautiful hair. Last picture, I get. Mom said I didn't say who it was. It was Todd and his wife.
Troy.
Troy and his wife and their little boy, and he has the most beautiful hair. Now we got Vicky's wedding, and there's old Dad talking to Vicky. That was a nice day. If we tied their hands down, they wouldn't be able to talk. Everybody laughs at me about my using my hands. Well, look at them. They're really using their hands. It's serious, too. Oh, that's Vicky and Linda. Vicky's husband.
Ernie. He's a nice guy.
He truly is. He truly is. He's another one of these people that fixes stuff. He had a guy that has an old house that he's been working on and really getting it fixed, I understand. I've never seen it. Picture of Cy and Chris, and too bad I caught her with her head down.
Chris is the grandma of the bride.
And
we are the godparents.
And Cy looks pretty serious there too. They must have been talking about something serious. Probably going to Arizona. I feel real bad about because we can't remember the name of this girl.
The wedding was at Rice Slave.
She was a sweetheart. She worked for us at Stout in the mailroom, and we were asked up to the wedding, and it was a real nice wedding. And she has real wonderful parents. You might not believe it, but this gal was a skydiver until her dad found out about it. He put the kibosh to it, but you wouldn't think of her as a skydiver. She's a straight A student. She just was a great person. Picture where it's close up of them. Don't even know where she is now. She graduated the year the year she was married. She graduated. And for nothing, you have to say it again.
Going from your left is myself, Clara Strong, Alice Mostel. Somebody's standing beside Arlie, but I can't see who it is. And then Ed Lund and Pastor Mostel. It was taken up at Highland and Walt Rice.
More from the church, but we don't know where the picture was taken. That is
Jean
Jean
Sandvig.
Sadvig and
Alice Lemke.
and who that other lady is. I don't know her either. This is Mrs. Lemke again, and we don't know the other 2 people. That I'm sure we know them, but the head's down, we can't identify. That other lady in the back, I really don't know. Must be a friend of whomever this was taking place, you know. Apparently on one of the trips that Mom made with the ladies, because I don't recognize the place.
It looks like up at the hall at Luther Park.
The person right in front is Cheryl Lowry, who's a good friend of ours. Now I'm going to back off and see if we can find some of these others.
And Arlene Iseth is to the left of Cheryl. The other two ladies, I don't know. I better shut up.
Go ahead now.
I think it was when we had an ordination there of he was a policeman and he went to seminary.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Not Clovet.
What?
Better.
And better. This thing keeps going down. You see, this should go like that. And I keep adding things to here, and it keeps coming down. There the food was on the table, and Clara's going to pour coffee, but we don't know what the deal was, do we?
I think it was that ordination.
Okay. You know, it's up so high it shows the bottom, those hangings. Anyways, you'd be in the back of our church. We have a big wall in the back of our church.
That's I am the branch, you are the vine. And then this one comes up, I am the branches.
Those are some more. Here's the branches. Anything special about this except it's the front of our church. And it's not like that anymore because we don't have that iron cross there anymore. We have a big wooden cross on the back where those white hangings are. They weren't normally there. There was
for a special occasion.
Yeah, and that cross would be in the middle normally. Because Marlene Lunda's way back there. So the lady's working in the kitchen at any rate.
And between the lady in the blue and me, that's Ruth Tigan, one of old faithful workers. This was the table decorated for Christmas for a small group.
We just had a small group, and the thing I remember about that, Pastor Mostel had made us each a candle. That he had made a homemade candle. That's a beautiful tree. You aren't always that pretty out there.
Clara, Ruth, Arlene, and Ed that were there.
And we'll get the other side of the table shortly. That was the other side of the table. You better name them, Mom.
Isla, or Walt, Isla, Polly Johnson, and myself.
The reason you never see me on these pictures is I'm taking hard workers. That's Walt, Ed, and Winoski. He was the janitor, and he did a good job as being janitor. Well, Claire at this end, and then that was Ruth. Too bad we didn't have her facing us. Arlene and Ed Blond and Winoski down at the end. These people here are the installed officers for the next year for the women's. Each, we have a smorgasbord, and after that we have a program. I shouldn't say we, the ladies do, and it's usually a good program. It's fairly well attended. And that year Mom was installed as one of the officers. I think she was president that next year, weren't you?
Yeah. It was Sandy, Jackson, myself,
Evelyn?
Evelyn Roll, Dorothy, I think that
Yes,
is.
Dorothy.
I don't know who that last.
I'll bring that one up a little. See. I don't know her either.
I don't know. And then Kathy Fullerton.
She was the outgoing president.
Going back to the small group where we are at Isla's, that's Walt and Ruth
Tiger.
Tigan. That is another one of the same meeting we had.
Was it Ruth's birthday? birthday or something? It was a special day.
And I forget what that was. Yes,
Don't talk to her.
just a second over here.
Gonna use this?
That's
Picture.
okay. You must
Same
have finished
people.
eating.
Well, there's another
That
picture.
goes over that way. Yep.
That's Alice and Ruth.
That's the purpose of the meeting, the Bible study. Now this,
She's there too. Here's another picture taken at Isla's. But I think we believe it's another day. A very good picture, but it was taken apparently that same day, so we must have had I think it was an open house for somebody's special birthday, and they kept coming and going. A picture at Isla's on that first bunch where we were together, and we were at that point we were studying. This point we hadn't eaten yet. We were just gathering up to get ready to eat. You can see the stuff on the table without having been messed up yet. Well, this is little girl is from Korea. She's been adopted by the Fullertons, and she's a big young lady now. But they have 4 children now. They have 2 Korean girls and 2 Indian boys, Indians. If this wasn't the reason, no, this was taken in the churchyard too. This lady is Mrs. Dahl. She was the wife of an old pastor that had been over at the home, and she used to walk to church every Sunday when she was 90. She ended up living in the home, at the American Lutheran home. It was also taken at a Sunday school picnic. Looks like nobody was there, but I think we were the first ones there, and was just getting set up. So taken that same day in the back of the church. Apparently this was also taken on that same day. What is it? 2 times a month. They have a day in which Tuesday they call work day, and they make quilts. And then just before the quilts are shipped out, they display some of them. There was about 200 quilts made each year, and they display them. And this particular year, I took a shot of them with my camera. I also have some video of these quilts, not these particular ones, but one other year. But this gives you a good idea what the quilts look like, and our pews are padded that day. Another view of those same quilts. Here I said we have a smorgasbord, and then after that they had the program. Here's some of the people going through. They allot them to go through by tables, and that usually there's a slip on the table saying what number that table was, and they were all mixed up. And this particular group going through, well, all of the people in our church are our friends, but these were particularly close friends, especially this lady right in the front that we can see her face. She was Sig Halverson, and she was always in our small groups, and we are still very close. Her husband has since died. She's one great lady. She's related to the Lunds.
And the next lady, first lady is Stevens.
Oh yeah, Martha Stevens.
Martha
We
Stevens.
don't have any pictures of her. We have some on video,
Yeah,
but don't have any pictures of her on our. Well, this is a table of sweets, and those sweets are kind of special. They're old Scandinavian primarily, but Scandinavian German dishes, Christmas dishes. And that table got more full as time went on, but when I took the pictures, that's what was on the table. But you know, I'd get that table. A picture our church at Easter time. It looks like nobody sat up in front, but actually that's where the choir was going to sit. We've had a problem at our church in that we haven't found a place for the choir to sit. They've been all over, and when they designed that particular church, they never did design a place for the choir. Mom just said that she thought that this was people getting ready to go on a bus trip. Each year the ladies take a bus trip. This past year we went to the Amish area in Minnesota, southern Minnesota, which was a real interesting trip. This one, she doesn't remember which trip it was. Nothing? That's Peace Lutheran Church in Menominee. It's a church we went to for many, many years. Mom was president of one of the women's organizations at the time they made the move to that church. And it's a beautiful church. It's beautiful inside. The one bad thing, it's full of steps, and they have remedied that somewhat by putting in a big elevator in the back and an exit and an entrance with a special parking lot for the handicapped. Taking some pictures that we got from old Christmas cards, and this was one of our own Christmas cards, and this is a picture that was taken at Jeannie's wedding. I guess the youngest one there is Andy, isn't it? Karen's holding Andy.
Yeah.
And of course, all the others hadn't been born yet, obviously, because that brings it down to Jeannie's family is the only ones not on there. And it's the day they were married.
The dog, Lucky, and Diane Schlageter, Pat's children.
A number of years ago.
Yes.
They're all graduated from college and out.
That's the Marge and Larry Williams family. That's Stephen Back and Ann and Julie.
They're all athletes of one sort or another. Ann's a dance person also. This is Bub's complete family and extended.
That's Linda.
And
Linda was married.
who was married?
And Linda was married.
Linda was married. And you would think Bub was the center of the family. Maybe that's what he is. That's a good picture. But we're not going to try to name them all. And there's many, many more to the family by now anyway. Another picture of the Schlageter family along with Grandma Vic. I think it's a nice picture. Really, very nice picture. I don't know what this little sign he's got up there, or she's got. I don't know, some kind of an award. Can't figure it out. Anyway, this was from a Christmas card also. Pictures. You know how Wisconsin always gets so beautiful in the summer, in the fall, and we've tried to go out and take pictures, and I don't think the pictures ever do justice. But here's a pretty good picture. It was taken out in the area not far from where Aunt Chris' farm was, where Allie and Sherry live now.
Up on the Hammer Hill.
Not very far from there. I think that farm that you see down at the base is the Ericksons, don't you?
Oh.
You kids that had Audrey Erickson, I think that's where she lived. Another one of those pictures that I tried to take that I didn't do a very good job. There was too much upper light, and we didn't show up. It shows up better in the actual picture than it does here on the screen for some reason. Better, it come out a lot better. That gives you some idea what Wisconsin's like. The whole wooded area, especially sometime we'll have. Mom and I always take a trip on our anniversary to go sightseeing for the trees, and some years it's better than others. But we usually go on the 9th of October to see these things, and someday we're going to have to stop and take a picture up at Knapp. Picture where this picture was taken But we have a whole bunch of pictures from Door
It
County.
must be all because a lot of them we have stamped 82.
So by the back stamp on it, it looks like this was also part of it. I'm sure Kim and Jean could tell you where this was. We took 2 trips up to Door County on vacation, and one was Mom's, right after Mom was 65, because you were able to fish.
Yeah.
And the other one, I had to get a regular fishing license yet. And the other trip we took
that was
a little later, wasn't it?
That one wasn't.
No, that wasn't up there, Door County. Actually, that was over Tipple. That's right. There's our friend Brackley with it. That was one of our favorites. This is, well, I don't know. This is a Duke's mixture of kids. The nice part of this campground was that the water was shallow, so if any of the kids fell in, they wouldn't drown, because us grown-ups didn't have to worry about that, did we, Mom?
No.
Of us falling in.
No, we didn't go in that. I don't think.
I fell in.
Oh yeah, Grandpa fell in the water.
Yeah. Lost my glasses. Oh. Tracy found them. The water is quite shallow in that, where that camp was. We was 3 hoses that we got been. Made a nice place to stay for us. All of us were there though. All the grandchildren and all the kids. Some of these pictures were just scenic pictures. Obviously it wasn't the greatest day to do it, but I thought that was a good spot. Nothing there but water.
We were on the Lake Michigan side then, weren't we?
Yeah, I guess so. You probably, well, experienced the fact that I'm going through this fast, because that kind of water isn't my favorite thing. They got back alive. Everybody's back on the boat. Looked like Jim was captain that day. One set of pictures that I doubt that I took.
These are all scenery pictures.
I think they were taken one day when they went for a boat ride, and I stayed home with Isaac. Another shot of the ocean. Well, here's another shot of the ocean with a sailboat out there. Sailboats are pretty, aren't they?
Yeah.
Mom says this is a beach over in Washington Island. As I said, I didn't go on that trip. Scenic views.
That was a beautiful area.
Oh, we got people in this one.
Kim and Mary, know what Mary's looking for. Kim's waiting. That's the only way to get there is by plane.
That's a school, Mom said.
Mary on the boat. I don't think Jeannie was on that day. Jeannie doesn't like boats.
And Jeannie and I think I stayed home with Isaac, if I remember. He wasn't feeling very good.
Well, and
There's Tracy out in the water with Mary. Picture of a boat going by. Go off of that a little bit so you can see them. Picture of edge of Mary and Trace and Grandma. Some of the kids had decided to sleep out in a tent, and we also kept some extra supplies out there, if I remember correctly. Either sunset or sunrise. I don't know who'd get up that early to take the picture unless it'd be Kim. Kim is a fisherman and he likes to go out fishing early. Right?
when they went out when Kim and Jim and Dan went out on the lakes, on the Lake Michigan fishing, they had to leave Jim off in the island because he got so sick.
I can understand that. Not for me.
Pretty spot.
Looks like, what's she doing? Baiting a hook or taking a picture? Standing up.
Taking a picture of it out.
Well, there's a Tracy with a fish. Now, whether she caught it or somebody else caught it and she just got her picture taken with it, I don't remember. I'm sure she'll tell you she caught it. This has got a story behind it. This is Jesse with his birthday cake. Each time we've taken one of these joint vacations, it's been his birthday. His birthday is August 13th. And this time his Aunt Mary pulled a trick on him. Well, his Aunt Mary's usually pulling a trick on him. But this time she put these candles that you can't blow out. If you don't know Jesse, you know that there's nothing that can't be done. And he wasn't about to be beaten by those candles. And it was the first place it was funny to me because I didn't know what they were up to. And it was just a scream to see him try to get those candles out. Some of the furniture inside, see how it was worn, but after all, we were supposed to be camping. It was great. That was a great vacation, having all of us together. That's Andy and Jeremy. Here's a picture. It must be Isaac, because he was the little one at that time. And now there he sure looked like he was feeling good. He was feeling...
that was in our room.
Got a story to tell about our...
that was not.
No, that's it. We got a story to tell when we had some metal pictures on the wall. They were made of metal, but they were stamped out. They were pretty, but we had the windows open, and at night, those things would fly around, and they didn't fall off, but they would fly around. And so I was telling the kids the next day how we had ghosts in our room, that all these pictures were flying around the room, and there were ghosts. That night we had everybody but Tracy sleeping with us to catch the ghosts. And they'd been playing all day and they were dead tired, and it wasn't 10 o'clock. They were all sound asleep. So we told them the ghosts came after they had gone to sleep. This is my friend Chuck Neenas. He was best man at our wedding over here in the gray suit. He has one daughter, one adopted daughter, and a whole bunch of foster daughters. And then he and his wife also have exchange students. So he has daughters all over the world. And they all think of him as their dad, and their mother. I didn't think he would have it in him. But this is the wedding of one of the foster daughters, right?
Yeah, the oldest one.
Yeah, and so they gave the wedding. They paid for the wedding, and that is something. These were just foster kids, but they all loved them. Boy, I'll tell you, and they all come back. It's one great big family.
They have five, I think, grandchildren now.
Well, now this people have what, twins or triplets?
Twins. And she's the only one that has any children.
Picture at that same wedding. We went to several weddings for that family.
This one was at Trinity Lutheran Church. These girls were in the wedding, and the one on the left was Judy, and the one on the right is Sandra. Now Sandra is their own daughter, and Judy is the adopted daughter, but they look almost alike. We were to Sandy's weddings
this summer.
2 or 3 years ago.
Oh,
And
yeah.
this past summer, we went to Judy's wedding up in the cities. Sandy's was in Spooner. It was a bouquet of flowers. One of the kids, I think it was Mary, sent us.
Tell it.
That's a box of fruit that Mary sent.
another shot, I guess, of the same one. We just got one lately that was huge.
Last house they lived in Fort Atkins, I'm sure that's it.
I don't think so, 'cause oh, maybe this is that plant in the back, huh?
Yeah.
Well, why would their car be there then?
Well, they never had a station wagon, did they?
No.
Oh.
I don't know. I think that one shows out going back to the backyards of all the people, and there's clotheslines show up there in the edge.
Into that and start eating it.
We have a strawberry patch that's back of our house, or not back, over by the river, called River, no, what is it called? Spring, no, what is it? What is that called?
Paradise
Valley Farms. And they have the best berries, and they have them so that they're all easy to pick, and a basket like that has close to 10 quarts, and when they're that size, I can pick it in less than 15 minutes.
And are they good?
It didn't come out quite as good, but as far as looks is concerned, but berries were good. They were just the angle of the light, I guess. I have a Christmas cactus, and that's when it was first started, and that, when we first got it, somebody gave us a slip for it, and it's an ancestor of one that Mom Smith used to have. It had gone through a couple of families, and but now we have it, and it has lots of vines on it, but it never blossoms, and I don't know what I can do to make it blossom. But that one had just one blossom on it, and it seems to me that was about the last time it blossomed, and that blossomed in Easter time instead of Christmas. Or don't.
Yeah, I'm too anxious. That's out at Chamberlain, South Dakota, going down towards the Missouri River. It's the rest stop there. Boy, is that a windy place, oh.
One time we had planned to eat our lunch there on our way back home, and we got there, it was so doggone hot that we finally decided to keep on going, and we went all the way to Sioux Falls and ate our lunch in the motel where it was air conditioned. I guess that must be the bridge across. Looks different from that angle. I don't even remember taking the picture, but I sure must have.
Be sure you get the teepee in.
Was there a teepee?
Yeah.
Gonna back off, she says there's a teepee. Oh yeah.
All the rest stops in South Dakota had those teepees at them. Chamberlain.
We were in a picture-taking mood there, weren't we? Well, there's some more pictures of the Missouri River. This was a picture at Sandy's wedding, I believe.
Yeah.
That's
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson. He's the athletic director here at Menominee, and that's the Knutsons. They're state police.
That's Jean Venus, mother of the bride.
That's the reception line. One of the reception line. This is some flowers. I believe, I was thinking first it was up at our church. Because that's the way it is there. I think that's what it is. Some flowers. Each year we plant flowers. Shortly after Decoration Day at the church, one of the florists in town gives us all the flowers for nothing. And then what they are, so we'll just hope we get some halfway decent pictures. This one is the twins, Janet and Jean, or Jean and Janet, I guess. And in the background we have some kids, I'm not sure who they are. Jim and Pat?
Jim and Patty.
So here we go with our slides. We're going to take them just whatever order they come. You get to give it?
Oh, I guess this one.
Well, here's a picture of Mom and name her, Mom.
Mary.
Mary.
And
We're having trouble with which kids are which. And of course there's our black cat down in the corner. Okay. Am I on there?
Yeah.
Don't see me. I think that's just, oh, in the back, okay. This is a poor picture, but a wonderful subject. That's my birthday cake each year. Strawberry shortcake. Okay. Familiar thing we had in our house for a long time. There's a whole bunch of kitties. Here we got a picture of Jim at our house. And I don't know what it was. Was that his graduation? That looks like college picture, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We have a picture of Mary and Jeannie.
It must have been taken at the same time because the picture Jim was taking, because you can see the white flowers in the back.
Well, there's a picture of Jeannie, but it looked, I don't know what color that is. It would look like it could be her stout dress, doesn't it? For when she was the
Or it could have been junior high too.
junior high. She looks like might be closer to junior high because she looks a little older there. There's another picture of Jeannie in her uniform. Here's a picture of a parade. But the reason we kept this one in there is they've got the national tea foods across the street.
And that's when it was uptown.
Yeah, that was still uptown there. Here's a picture of Bill's house on Littlefield in Detroit. Bill and Helen.
Yeah, it is.
It's not Louis, huh?
That's Bill.
It's Helen, but
That's Bill.
but it was a shaded spot and we got a poor picture, so we tried to compensate for it, but I don't think it worked very good. Here's a picture taken down at Lacrosse, and it's Lorraine and Joanne and Pat, and that's Jaeger's. There's a picture of all of us when we were down to Bill's, I believe, for the their silver wedding anniversary. And we've had to compensate for that because it was such a poorly taken picture. Here's another picture of Bill and Helen and Billy. Well, poor picture, and we tried to compensate for it, but couldn't do it any better. With Renee holding somebody, maybe it's even Jim, I don't know.
I think it's Gary, possibly.
Oh, Gary's little boy.
Or Gary himself.
Oh, okay. A picture of Aunt Beanie, Ray, Uncle Rob. Well, we're having trouble identifying the people.
I think these are Joanne's two boys, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the little redhead right there. And could be Mary or Jeannie. That could be Jeannie there because she's about the age of one of those kids.
Well, that's our three kids.
And each of them has a kitten.
Yeah. Not a very sharp picture on that. It looks pretty good on the slide, but there's a picture of our three nurses. Pat, Karen Weeman, and Mary.
in the middle.
Picture of a track meet that we held, we used to call the Little Olympics. And I was in charge of that meet, and it was held out at the fairgrounds. That's our neighbor, Ader, his first name? Merlin Ader. And we had, each year we had a fun fest at the school, at Coddington School, and then we had contests, and he's fishing out some goldfish that somebody had won.
That's Cub Scouts. And I don't know, that wasn't taken here,
Yeah, it was.
is it?
Yep.
And
I guess it wasn't.
I don't think so.
Well, if it is, it's in a different room.
I think it's in at Catherine McDonald's.
Looks
And,
like hers.
I don't know, that's Tom McDonald there, and we were showing them how to do something. Whole bunch of little boys. They were a lot of fun.
This was the North Menominee basketball team. I recognize
Herman and Diffendorf.
Diffendorf. I don't know who the rest are. Well, I should know them, but I don't. A lot of pictures of parades, but we're not going to give all of them by any means. We've been skipping quite a few of those.
But we kept this one, want this one, because it had the old, I don't know if Anxious were there then or not, but it was,
I thought it was a drugstore at that
I
time.
think so. And when I worked for the county agent, our office was upstairs there. And it's been now torn down, and it's Anxious Jewelers. New building is Anxious Jewelers. We never could figure out where that was or what it was. Looks like somewhere at some camp where they just had a big building that they used.
It wouldn't be Chautauqua.
It could be Chautauqua, it could be one of the Boy Scout camps. I see the word camp over there.
Bunch of them got their heads together, and I'm not quite sure what it is. I thought earlier it was a basketball team, but I don't believe it now. Here was a celebration of our team coming back from the state. I don't know what, I guess it's a 61 team. Yeah, 51. One of that team, that group, but it's way too bright. I agree what this is all about, but it's some kind of an award ceremony, we would guess. That was a play they had back in grade school.
That's Jim there, I think. Yeah.
That's a picture of the inside of Coddington. But I suppose it was during one of those Fun Fest days. That's my basketball team, one of the basketball teams.
That's down in high school.
Yeah, they had the high school uniforms on. But I don't know which one. Okay.
I bet it was when they were having a tournament. Or that we used to play games down there, remember?
In between halves.
Yeah. Or on Saturdays too.
That's a picture of
Okay.
Mr. Dennis and his wife. He was a janitor at Coddington. It must have been his retirement party. Is that lady clear over to the right? Is that Mrs. Holseater?
No, that's one of the girls, and I can't place her. If the two girls on the left are Myrna, the two Stanky girls and a Smith girl. And the one over here I can't recognize.
each morning, our kids would play practice. That was after I was working at the post office, and I had to get there and get to work. So we'd go down there at 6 o'clock in the morning and practice basketball. And pictures, because they didn't turn out very good. This one I'll have to raise the projector so we get it, because there's so much on the bottom. That was that same play though. There's a picture of Bill, Mary Lee, and I suppose that might be Billy. We're not quite sure what this was, but we kind of think it might have been a Fun Fest night. We know it's at Coddington. Okay. Well, here's a picture of me and my boys that we had that came up for practice each morning. Notice here our Coddington green. My grandma cut out all those numbers, and somebody else dyed the, I guess we dyed the shirts too, didn't we? Who designed those numbers? Mrs.
I designed all of them myself. I had copies. And the PTA furnished the uniforms. A special program of some kind, because all the kids were there.
Yours take. Is that Patty's wedding?
Oh, yeah, that's Patty, next door's wedding, Patty and Jerry Tomshine.
I don't know what it is.
Looks like a bunch of scouts on a hike. Don't know where it is, or must have been our troop, our Cub Scout troop.
We have not been able to figure out what this is.
Here's another one we can't figure out. It looks like it's back in our backyard.
I don't recognize the house.
I think maybe that's Shadney's garage, because there's a birdhouse up there.
I don't think it is. That could be their birdhouse, not their garage. Picture taken from the Coddington School.
It's looks like it's a Cub Scout award ceremony. Somebody's having a birthday party, but we can't figure out who that is.
It's another one of those welcome home ceremonies.
It's something the kids were doing at school, but I can't figure it out. I don't recognize any of them, so, but it looks like it's up to Coddington here. What's that picture? We have several of these already, I think.
Doing just regular prints, but this is taken from the slide.
Jim, Jeannie and Mary. Jim's reading the Christmas story to them. I kind of think possibly that's, what's his name? Frankie. When he first came here.
Could be.
This is Mary, and they're opening gifts. I think this is their opening gifts at Patty Webster's wedding. That was up on Lake Tainter, right next door to a place where we used to go up and spend a week each summer. I think that's When Jim was getting ready to go to college, we were teaching him how to iron so he could iron his clothes.
What?
That's a picture of Jim and Mary at Easter time. I think that's Gary Jaeger and his wife and their little boy. That's our little majorette, that's Jeannie.
Very good picture. One of our kids. That's part of a parade we had. It went up North Menominee.
That's one of our Christmas trees. That is one of our, let's see, I can't remember. Looks like that's over in the corner, Miss Mary.
Yeah, it's
and
over
Jim.
in this corner by the door.
You know, go up with her and see what she's doing.
You know, a pumpkin.
Oh, Mary's cleaning out a pumpkin for Halloween. Mary will appreciate this since they're talking on the telephone. It's Jeannie at Christmas time.
Now we're back on our
Christmas.
Christmas picture. I'm gonna raise it up a little.
Jeannie wanted a white kitten cat one year, and that's what she got. This is the neighborhood kids.
That must 24 again. That's Frankie, maybe.
I guess so. And I just don't know. Patty Lafferty is in the orange, and then Roger Ader, Mitch Ader, and that's our
Mitch
Frankie.
Eater?
Mitch Lafferty. Or maybe that, no, that isn't an Ader, that's Mike Lafferty, I guess.
Yeah.
And then that's Frankie, and this little girl, I think it's a little girl that used to stay with us. I used to take care of, and the same one, the little girl on the left. Very outside playing with the kids.
That's a picture of Miss Nesser's retirement, I would guess. Ken Beckner's on the right, and Bill Terrell on the left of her.
Now here is the same group that we saw before, but I still don't know who they are. A good lesson, write things down on the pictures. And get Jim in.
As far as it goes.
One summer we went up to Grand Rapids and we stopped at Luck to see the yo-yo factory. This is a picture of me with the 3 kids.
This is another picture of that basketball team. I think these are a little different group here. That was up, I think Bill Terrell's right down there in the lower left. I imagine Aaron's is in the middle there. Raj and Gordy. I don't recognize the other ones anymore. Kitten on the keys.
Mary had to have some help, you know. And there was one cat that was always very interested in helping. This looked like some picnic we were having down in Wakanda. I don't know what group it is. There the boys are hiking again. Yet, rather.
I really don't know what that's a picture of. It's one of the salt buildings.
And that's Mary giving her little girl, Mandy, a bottle. And the little blonde head sticking up back there. We think this is the night of Bill and Helen's silver anniversary, and we're having dinner at a restaurant. This is a picnic Or it could be a breakfast. Maybe that's Catherine and Don and I getting breakfast for the kids. We used to take them swimming and then we'd have breakfast down there.
Here's another one of those pictures out the bills that we didn't do a good job of. We got them bright and dark, and that didn't work out.
That's Donna and Renee Jaeger at our house. That's Louie and Violet and their family the night of that party, 25th anniversary. That's Louie and Vic and Bill and Lorn at the 25th anniversary.
That was so poor picture. All these are poor at that. Oh, Rob and Aunt Beanie.
That looks like
Bill, doesn't it? Bill Jaeger.
Bill Jaeger and all the raised kids. There's Mary and Aunt Mabel and Jeannie. They were good.
It's another parade, but we just thought we'd give you one once in a while. Yeah, we would have dropped a lot of them.
This is, must have been taking at Coddington School, and the lady right in front, that's Mrs. Furch. Her husband was a minister here.
Another little shot of all the parades we took pictures of.
It's a picture of Jim, and we just can't for the life of us figure out what that was all about. It's a picture of Jim. He was maybe 6 years old, 6, 7 years old then. At Christmas time, in a dress that I had made for her, was navy blue wool. He's playing beautician, and it's all colors and sizes. And one of the mothers was guarding over them to keep them in line. I think we should have named every one of them Trouble.
I think that's funny.
I think that's the mother cat, and she was with
Probably
Dad.
playing with the rest of them. Maybe bring it up. Is there somebody down the road? No.
There's Mary with kittens before we changed the porch. Mary and Jeannie. Jeannie must have just been beginning to stand and walk. Mary's got funny face. They discovered that milk is good to drink. Mary and Jeannie, but I don't know who the other girl was. It was over here. I don't recognize her at all. Aunt Mabel with Jeannie. Girls are all picking raspberries. The Borkle family. That's a better picture of the Borkles. And Jim and Mary are in that one. She's down there too, I see. She's so little, somebody should have picked her up. They were all dressed up, so no, it wouldn't have been baptism. I don't know where this is taken.
I think this little girl in the back, with her back to us, is an aider.
Yeah, that's
Dad
Kathy.
across from her,
And then
and Mary right next to Pat. Who's the girl standing up?
I just don't know. This is down in Wakanda Park, and looks as if it could have been a scout picnic because there's somebody with a scarf on, so that must have been kids must have been having a picnic that night. That's really trouble there. You can see, if you notice, there's a goldfish bowl, and you way over the right hand side you can see a goldfish, and that kitten thinks he may have had supper. Got in trouble again. He's got that crazy outfit on again.
Oh, what is this?
Was that kindergarten or first grade?
I don't know. I thought second or third.
Well, anyway, when Jim was in the lower grades, they put on a play, and he was the three-cornered pig, and I think that bird right next to him was John Pounds. The other one I don't quite recognize. There's our basketball team and the coach. That's a good picture of them. You only could figure out. Would that have been Paul Venus back in the corner there?
Might be.
Three kids all dressed to go somewhere. Christmas trees. It's an Easter picture, and the kids are coloring eggs. The Brownie Scouts marching in the parade, and in the back row to your left is Mary.
Who shut her up?
Jim with his bow and arrow, and Mary, Jimmy with a kitten, and Mary has a doll. And that's somebody's baby, but we don't know whose it, but where it belongs. Looks like we're lining up for a potluck for scouts down up at Coddington. That looks like the old beach. That's the same picture we had before, but this shows Lorn and Jim and I.
Where's Jim? Oh yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Terrell.
I imagine Mr. and Mrs. Brown.
Mr. and Mrs. Brown must have been having a party for somebody that
For
night.
him.
For Mr. Brown?
Oh, they're opening packages.
Must be. Looks like Bill and Marietta are too. This is another Christmas.
Picture isn't so good.
That shows the three kids.
These pictures, a lot of them faded because we noticed that there were Kodaks they didn't fade. There were some of the others that we thought we were getting a bargain on, they did fade.
Well, that's just the two of them. I thought Jeannie was there, but that must have been before she was around. This must have been a birthday party we had here. I don't know who it's for, but with the number of kids, that must have been how it was.
And it's an old faded picture.
That was Jeannie. Mary must not have even been a year old then.
No, we must have still had Dad. Dad must have still been alive. Because we were still living here in Ladane.
And Jim, that was taking at Easter time.
Probably. Yeah, a full banquet, huh?
And this must have been up at church. Looks like it could have been Peace Lutheran.
It is.
There's Pastor Pound. I see Roger. What is his name? Ader.
It must be the Blue Gold
Real
Banquet.
It must have been the Blue Gold Band. I think that's Jeannie playing with some of the kittens.
Well, that's Funny Face
and
herself,
Funny Face
and,
Road.
and there's a troublemaker, what's her name? Iodine.
Maybe. That's Iodine. So there weren't any kittens there. What else she had?
Well, an old character lived up north of Menominee called Walter Jump, and he never missed a parade. He once wrote a letter to President Eisenhower asking him to come down, and he would, or yeah, he asked if he couldn't play in his inaugural, played a harmonica did. And of course they turned him down, and then he sent a letter that they thought was threatening, and they came down to see him, and they came to the post office and asked what we knew about him, and the FBI. We told them what was wrong with him, and then they went home. Celebration here one year for one of the anniversaries for our city, and they had quite a very beautiful parade. But one can get sick of parades, and I think this was one of the floats. A really good one, but the picture is faded.
That's surprise. That must have taken down to Vic's. But I know what Uncle Les was looking at.
I bet you he was White Sox, well, you bet.
He sure looked comfortable.
There's a picture of Aunt Beanie and Ray. Good picture of Ray. Picture at Stout, now called Bowman Hall. It used to be called the I&E building. And Mr. Bowman had an office in that while he was the head of that department. Since that, they have remodeled that building and they now call that Bowman Hall.
This was Jim's first grade class and the teacher, Mrs. Oles. Quite a bunch of them, all about the same size. I can't tell you who they are though now. And Jim's on the corner, and the rest of them. You have to have somebody that knew the kids. Mary must have been having a party there because it looked like she's sitting unwrapping presents and looking at something she got.
This is one year we caught Santa Claus.
And Elvis on the too.
We caught Santa Claus. And normally we don't catch him, but this day we did.
And Elmo was here for Christmas.
Every year.
Every year. Jim and Mary. Jim got something. Looks like he's putting together. Mary got some clothes. She always did like clothes. What Jim has there. Picture of the three kids when we were at Aunt Val's one time. That's good. That's Mary in her band uniform, and Jeannie in her majorette uniform, and what's that over on the far right?
I don't think that was intended to be in it.
I don't either. Well, this looks as if it could be up at Chautauqua when the kids were camping there. They used to go up there for church camp every summer. Must have been having an Indian powwow there because you see some Indians.
Okay, here we have a church at Valparaiso. We went over there when we visited Vic at Hobart. And that's a church that's run by, I believe, the Missouri Synod and the Wisconsin Synod. I said that all for nothing. This is a open pit mine in northern Minnesota, and it's that's where they get the iron. Those aren't doing very well right now. We found out in the first part of this tape that we used the microphone on the camcorder, and that picked up the sound of the fan on our slide projector. We're going to still get it over here, but it ought to be a little bit farther away and be less noticeable. These are some pictures that we took up, just scenic pictures, and the slide is faded so that the scene isn't very pretty. We tested the camcorder little picture, something from some bunch of rocks, and we're not quite sure where it came from. Okay. There's a picture of Peace Lutheran Church, the one that Mom and Dad were married from, where we went to school, went to Sunday school, and all those. I didn't realize we had that good old picture. Jim. A picture of Jim and two ladies that we don't recognize. that's another picture from Coddington, I guess.
Yeah.
Looks like we're all eating. I think this has a lot to do with scouting.
I think it's Merlin native there. Yeah, Merlin back there again. We get Merlin in a lot of pictures.
See, some zoo, probably the zoo up in Minneapolis.
Up in Colorado or up in...
Maybe those other pictures are in Colorado.
That could be.
Well, that's all we got to say about that one, I guess. Looks like it could be a train derail, but I don't know where. There's a picture of our lake. Too bad the color isn't good. This one was actually taken too bright. We cut the color down on the camera, and I think it looks a little better. I don't quite know what it is. It looks like a dock over there.
I think possibly too that this was taken in the evening, early evening. There's our kids from school. I don't know what the first one was, but the bird and the three-cornered pig.
I don't think we know what this is, but
It's down at the lake here.
well, where was that parking lot?
They used to park on the upper side.
This was before the dam was raised.
I think so.
Okay. Glad that this is faded because up above you can see the old town clock. And that's looking over our lake from Wakanda Park up to our town. Picture taken from Wakanda Park, I think, pointing in the other direction. That looks like the beach at Wakanda Park the way it is now. We're trying to figure out where that came from.
I wonder if it could be that motel we stayed in Grand Island, Nebraska.
I think that's what it is.
That's the only motel I ever remember like that. Go down that way to get the two other.
Well, there it's bouncing around, me moving the projector to get us all in. That's at Aunt Mabel's.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what this is all about.
Don't recognize anybody.
That isn't Jim, huh?
No, it's somebody with dark hair.
Okay.
Over the desk.
That's a hall, a building we have here in Menominee called, well, it was originally called, I don't know originally, but it was a Wilson residence. Matter of fact, I almost came to live there because when my mother died, they wanted to adopt me, but my father wouldn't let me go. But now this has all been refurbished and it's all nice and bright. The sand's all been blasted and it looks real nice. It's now called the Lewis Smith
House.
Oh, it's got another name. Tainter? I think it's the Lewis Smith Tainter House. Now I don't know where this is. You?
No, nothing.
Pretty. I don't know what it is. Like it might have been that blue gold banquet at Peace Lutheran Church. We had a picture earlier. Here again, I don't know what it is. I'm going to raise this bit. There seems to be people down below. It's too bright. I don't know what it is. Do you?
Everything pretty as the trees.
Give you the date. June 23rd. What year? I don't know.
Dad's birthday. Look at the chicken and the strawberry shortcake. It was before we had the freezer, I think.
Yeah, looks like we were up against that wall. There's a picture of an apple tree out at the orchard. We have an orchard west of town. It's about 10,000 acres. For once we got the color. Now if you've never been to Wisconsin in October, this is what you're missing. Now this picture was taken just west of Menominee. We have a lot of rolling hills back there. And here's one where the color really came out nice. That's Wisconsin in October. Here's a case where we don't know where it was taken, but it looks like Pippin was taken from the Minnesota side toward Wisconsin. That must be one of Oscar's ancestors. I have a squirrel now that I call Oscar, and I feed him, spat his butter. But you know something? I feed him corn, but he likes pancakes better.
It's again with a teacher, Mrs. Oles, and I think it's Audrey Erickson. Halloween, Jim.
I think that's Jim, yeah.
And a rough-looking character.
Oh, there looks like we had a freezer, didn't we?
Yeah.
See,
No, that's on the same side as the stove. No, I guess
yeah,
not.
that's this wall
No,
here.
yeah, I see. Yeah. That's Helen May Deeby's kindergarten Sunday school class in her room.
She's playing in her little pump organ. Here's a picture of Peace Lutheran Church, the new one. You had one of the old one earlier. It's too bad we didn't have the two right together. I ask us if we had a picture of Val's house up front. Here, I think is it. He wants to use it to see about going over to see if he can find it. That's on Marathon Drive, I believe. Wasn't that right?
Yeah.
There's 3 marathons. Those pictures, again, we took, we don't know about, but we're going to leave it in case someone else might recognize it. Sad part of these pictures are, at one time I had gone through and listed them all, and had their information, well, that isn't with them right now, so I don't know what these are, but isn't that a beautiful place?
Look at the flowers.
Yeah. Is that Grandpa?
Grandpa, the mom in the back, and the 2 kids out in the front.
Why don't we put this one with the Olsons, huh?
Okay. No.
There's a picture of Grandpa Smith. Must have been just shortly before he died. It looked like he was feeling very good. There's Jim, the guitar player.
Janet, isn't it?
Well, it's one of the twins. I think it's Janet. When they were that age, I had difficulty. That's a picture from Wisconsin Dells as best we can figure out. Here again, we don't know where it is.
What it is.
But anyway, it's pretty, so we put it in. Over there helping it.
Looks like it.
Trimming one of our trees, not one of our prettier trees, I see.
Yeah, no birthday. Looks like 5 candles.
Okay.
David, it looks like Connie, and that looks like Sherry and Jim.
Well, I think that must be something to do with Mary, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Just the fact that this is Mrs. Holseder, and she was one of the teachers the kids had. She was especially active with girls. Mom bumped the camera. Especially active with girls, and she was having a party in her backyard, and there she's in a clown suit. That picture of, I don't know, I suppose a
Sunday school or
but that
Bible
wouldn't be
school.
all of it by any
Looks
means.
like Sunday school the way they were dressed
But
up.
that one section of it. Go ahead.
That's one of the that's the kindergarten Sunday school room again. Helen May up in front. And I kind of believe that's Eileen McMartin over on the other side.
Picture of Linda, we think, Linda Cochran, but it's not a good picture. We can't get it, try as we may, we can't get it into focus. That's a picture at the Dells. Got a net down below there for somebody to fall into this. Another picture, but we skipped. We don't know where it was. It wasn't a very good picture. This one is at the Dells. I suspect that other one was too. Another picture at Dells. You want to remember, these pictures were taken 25, 30 years ago. This is another picture of the Dells, but it was so dark in there we didn't get a good picture. We didn't have modern day film there, you want to remember. So it was probably 64 instead of 400. There's another beautiful scenic picture from down in Dells area.
Oh.
Hadn't been turned on and I was talking with a streak. I just got through saying that it was a soft spot in our heart for the Dells because that's where we spend part of our honeymoon. Downtown in the Dells. The slide we bought, that's downtown Dells. For a ride on a boat similar to that, to the lower Dells and upper Dells. And
Yep.
I think Mom just mentioned that she thought it was from our honeymoon trip. 'Cause this looks like it might be on the Mississippi River. And I know we did stop off and take some pictures. Looks like the locks of the Dells.
On Mississippi.
Or Dells, yeah, Mississippi. I just checked this thing and it's still good. We still get the fan noise, so that's what you're hearing. A picture of Mabel's house from the yard, backyard. I'm gonna lay it raise it just to see and see what else we get.
Yeah, they're eating dinner out there.
The nice part of that was that we could eat dinner
Kids were playing.
all year long, not all year long, but in the summer without chasing flies and bugs.
Tim was sick.
We went up the summit of
Pikes Peak.
And Jim was a little bit upset stomach. I felt lightheaded. We were one of those mountain towns in Colorado. We were taking a drive through Colorado. I don't know exactly which area that is.
Red Rock Theater.
Well, this is the theater at Red Rock. You can whisper on the stage and be heard in that back seat. There's a picture of the house we lived in Manitou Springs, right across from the Cog Railroad. Apparently just a scenic. I don't know where, but it's in Colorado.
Oh, that's a zoo. But that would be a...
Push. Taking about at somebody's zoo, I think. Must be a blue and gold banquet again. Peace.
With prospecting.
This is Colorado. As we told you, we bounce around on these slides, and we have.
Oh, I think.
Echo Lake. Just a guess, but we think it's Echo Lake in Colorado. And there's a nice picture of Mom and Mabel, and that picture behind them was drawn by Jerry, their oldest son. I think that's out there too, but I don't know where. Just a scenic view of Colorado. I don't know where we were going. Here's Gene and Jim.
They're a lot younger then.
No,
There's the steps and stuff.
I think that's in the area of the Red Rock. It's not a good picture, but it's I'm sure a picture of Colorado. The Red Rock. There's our old swimming beach back in the days when I was in charge of it. That's one of our, back to us is Walt Dussel, one of our lifeguards. Looks like our Boy Scouts are doing some singing. This was at Christ, at Peace Lutheran Church. That is, do you? I guess it's Colorado, but I don't know. Shut it off. I think maybe that possibly is Colorado. I just don't know what it is. You think it's in Colorado. On the iron mines up in northern Minnesota, open pit mining. I think possibly that could be there too. I'm not sure. Oh, there's some birds. We don't know where, when, or why.
I think it's a park somewhere.
One of those boats down in the dells to give you a ride around the dells. Cabin I think we stayed at on our way out to Colorado. There's a church in Valparaiso, Indiana. Talk about moving about. Some beautiful flowers somewhere. I believe we're at the Garden of the Gods. This picture is taken at Cripple Creek. That was an old train station, but later on it became a museum. The parking lot, I don't know, it had to be, I suspect, in that area too. Oh, Mom, that's North Pole, Colorado. That's where all the letters go to at Christmas time. I'm gonna let you take that one.
I can figure out another thing what that could be.
I don't know either.
Central Springs.
I'm gonna raise this if there's any downfall might tell us, you know.
It's likely going, Manitou Springs, the Cog Railroad going up there.
Probably near Red Rock, possibly at Garden of the Gods, I don't know which. Street of Central City or possibly Cripple Creek, I don't know which. But it's all been like it is in the Dells, it's all been commercialized, you know. There's our car from a motel. Maybe that's the Garden of the Gods.
Yeah.
I think that other one was too. Like you go for a ride with horses there, doesn't it? On a trail, probably?
Must be. They did everything to get the tour.
Picture of our swimming pool, our swimming spot out here in the lake. I don't know, but keep on going on that road, you get to Central City. That's a Colorado scene, I'm sure. In Colorado, looks like it's a little bit easy. Mom and Dad out there in Colorado. Not a great picture because of where the sun was. You can have it.
Looks like a zoo somewhere.
Good picture of Dean and Janet.
It was taken at 5 to 9.
Here's a nice picture of Ronnie. I think she's taking moving pictures with her camera. She just got caught in the act. Here's a picture we took down at where they were mining. What's that called? Catman's something or other. Down at the Dells. Picture of Peace Lutheran Church. I guess the old one was on the other run, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was taken up in Bloomington, the baseball. I'm going to pick it up and see if we can see. One of the games we were at. That's another picture of the
Cub Scouts.
blue and blue and gold banquet. Must be at some
And
Boy
Camp
Scout
Phillips.
jamboree.
They must have been after Camp Phillips where they moved each summer. Lots of kids in the backyard. Kind of different. I don't know if some of them are the scouts or and one is Jim is the second. Harold April I think first and Jim and Chuck Stanky. Next one could have been Jonathan Pounds. I don't know that next one. Then there's Tom McDonald, Raj, and Dan Ader.
We've been talking this one over and we don't know who they are. Who would you say that scout is? You don't know him?
Backyard. The only one I recognize is Jim and Tom.
And Jim. Well, you said Jim and Tom.
Yeah.
Would be a Colorado picture. I'm not certain. I think that's Echo Lake in Colorado. Got a buffalo down there. I must lift this up and see if we get all that. No, that's all the picture got of. The parking lot out in Colorado, but other than that, I don't know where. Another Colorado picture. Okay,
That's what you call a picture card picture.
Colorado. I think we have all the parking lots there is in Colorado. There's a place out there called Seven Falls, and I don't know, this might be it. It's beautiful. Now that's an Indian dance, but I don't think that's in Wisconsin. That's a bunch of people going on a tour, it looks like. I don't know where. You?
No, I don't.
Home again, swimming in Wisconsin.
Like possibly it's swimming lessons.
Where is it, Mom? Washington,
I
D.C.
think that's that George Washington's home. And the little guy in the grass is Jesse. And Jesse and I looking at something. I think that's another picture that was taken out in that area. We visited that.
Probably the other side of that building.
Yeah, it's like on the other side. And we visited there one day. Who these three are, I don't know.
Isn't that Jesse visiting who's over to the right?
Yeah, I could
Visiting the other two?
possibly talking to those other two children. We always made friends. He and I must be sitting on the porch somewhere resting. He's sitting on the steps playing, and there's a couple little girls watching him. Jesse, I think that was in Washington, D.C., and there were so many doves there, where there was a bunch of doves. He just loved to get right in the middle of the flock and then see them all fly away. And when he came, they flew. They ain't looking for more trouble. Now here Jim is making a sandbox for him, and I believe that one is down in Springfield, Illinois.
I don't think so. It's too small.
Maybe so. Maybe they had enough room in that backyard of theirs in Washington, D.C., where it was out in Alexandria, Virginia. I bet that's where it was. And I looked at it now. Essie and I again.
You must have wanted to get away. Look at Grandma's teeth are gritted.
His dad.
See, they're working on that box.
That was in Washington, D.C. Now that's the White House. I think that's, or maybe that's the White House,
Yeah, I think so.
That's the same general area. Must have been cool enough for me to wear a coat that day. somewhere where there's a swing and Jess is swinging. More pigeons for him to
I'm
chase.
gonna swing and see if we got him here.
He was quite a guy. We are again. Working and he's sitting on it watching. And he's making cover for the sandbox. Then there was Jessie. We are again. It's Jeannie and Mandy. There must be a reflection there of something. That looks like Jessie and Jessie on the brain. That's Jeannie and Becky and Sandy doing something for school. Looks like a tray of cookies, trays of cookies that have been made up. Jeannie and Mandy, I don't know what Jeannie was doing to her. She looks like she was.
Well, I think she was cleaning up that face that we saw before.
That must have been, she must have been in some playing with her. All of those were pictures that were taken when she came back and she was here with Jeannie alone. Picture of Tracy. I think she had a cute haircut then. That's Jeannie and Mandy.
And that looks like it was taken over to Green Bay.
Yeah, because it's must be
Looks like a
Christmas.
Christmas.
Go this way a little. Jessie and
Oh, the Petersons.
yeah, Petersons, Kaz, Karen, myself. That was a Christmas that Karen's
We're staying with Eugene, Mary.
and her dad and brothers came there for Christmas. That must have been over to Green Bay because they have a sentry sack there.
Yeah, and also, that chair had the same cover on it. Have to move this one so we get everybody.
That looks like the same Christmas. Put your dad in there too. Camel with Tracy and Mandy. Good one. See barefoot. He's playing with his presents. Mandy at our house. That's Mandy. I don't know where it was taken.
Here.
Well, that's taken here. That's leaves on the ground. See why? I think it's our car.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of flowers. We don't know for sure where it is.
Karen and
Jesse.
and Dad and their mom and Jim. Now that could have been in Springfield. More flowers. So it was somewhere where the flowers really grew. Again,
Brick house. Does that help you?
Mike must be in Springfield because he was only about 3 years old. Because he went to Springfield.
I think that's it.
That's the cook. Here we are again. That must be in Alexandria, Virginia.
Tell you anything, huh?
That was horse. Must be out at some park.
Jesse, let's call it that and cut her off.
Cooking again. He's got a spoonful of it. He looks satisfied with what he's done. It must be cookies or something. That's Jesse. Looks like he just woke up.
Just got done with a bath, I think.
Maybe that was it. For sure that's in Alexandria. Because the house in Springfield had wooden siding. Jess again with red flowers really shows him up. There the three of them are. That must have been his favorite corner to have his picture taken in.
Or his mom's favorite corner.
His mom's favorite corner. And he always liked to have his picture taken. I think that's a lady that came over from Guam or Yap to visit them. He brought a book to Grandma to read to him. Doing a little smooching. There evidently are animals in there because he's standing on the fence looking in. Looks like he's making sure that he's going to see everything. There he is on the Davenport. The orange in the throw and or his hair are almost the same color. Found another book. That could possibly be Mandy. She's got something in her hand. A little broom, I guess.
Mary,
Tracy.
Grace, and her dad.
Picture of Joe out in the front yard. There. Over.
Huh?
I just put it on.
Yeah.
Getting ready to tear down the old city hall. Jeannie and Mandy. Look what pretty green grass. Dick and Les at their house in Milwaukee. Mary and Jeannie and Mandy. Mandy was tiny then. Karen and holding Andy,
That's Jesse.
or holding Jessie, and Tracy holding Mandy. But I with Mary's two kids, two girls. Or again, I didn't.
This time it's at our house.
Yeah. Looks like Mandy would like to have been with her grandpa. Karen and Jessie and me out on the Karen's folks farm. Mary with her girls. Mandy with let's start on. Jeannie with Mandy. Looks like it could be over in Rochester. Jeannie and Tracy in front of our house. Looks like it was winter because they both have winter coats on. Tracy out in front of our oak tree. Look how small that tree was then. This was Karen down the farm with Jessie, and I don't know who the other girl is. That's a picture of Jessie and I out on her Grandpa Peterson's farm. There's one of our cats. Which one is it, man?
I don't know.
I don't like that spot. They have to shake the sand out of my shoe before I go in the house or go play anymore. Lorn down in front of Dick's house in Milwaukee.
Well, there's a picture of Eddie Cordall and somebody serving him. Do you know who it is?
Carol Tibbetts.
There's Eddie Cordall working in the post office. Ed retired. Oh, I suppose I had worked there 10 years and he retired. This is a guard working at the window. I don't know who that is. It might be Dennis.
Or Tibbetts, too.
Or Tibbetts, yeah. I believe it is Tibbetts because it's North Menominee Road. no, that's Skogie. Ed Skogie punching out for the last time. There's Martin Krogstad, who wasn't working at the post office when I did, but that's him at Eddie's retirement party.
Who's standing next to Eddie?
That's Elmer. Gus Harris. I'm trying to think of his name. Gus Harris. Boy, would he be burned if he thought I forgot his name. Don Hinsman working in the registry room. Sure. Elmer and Fran and Archie Sandby. Archie sorting mail and Smart Sen sorting up Route 1. This is a picture of Mr. Porter, which was postmaster about half the time, or a little more than half of the time I was in the post office. There's a picture of me in my uniform that I wore when I carried mail. This is not a mail carrier. We don't know for sure, but we think it's Jim. Shut off. Oops, I goofed. Just back up. Well, there's a picture at Ed's retirement. That's the whole post office gang. We won't try to name them all, but you see Ed there behind the flowers. Well, here's a picture of Mr. Porter sorting mail, which he did a lot of there for a postmaster. Well, there's a picture of Mary when she was a little bitty baby.
Jim's face.
We got a picture of Jim swinging in his swing. A few years later, that's out in Colorado, I think.
Yeah.
What is that called?
A llama.
A llama.
He wasn't too sure.
A good picture of all our kids.
Hey, Jeannie's got her back to us. See what they're trying to do? They're trying to break a bush door.
Oh.
Jim's got his tongue stuck.
Fuck it up, Mom.
Jim's got his tongue stuck out. We still had our old,
picture on just the regular pictures of that one?
I think so. I think he's trying to prove to us that he could get dirty if he wanted to.
Like we were tearing down the front porch.
I think that must have been Jeannie, because Mary was older, and so I'm sure that must be Jeannie.
Well, that must be Mary.
Yeah,
right?
that's I think sure it's Mary.
Turn it off. That's Mary on Jim's back.
It's up to go somewhere. It must be this church on Sunday. Our bathing beauty.
Don't, okay.
You gonna say something to
No, that's all right. We have a picture of Mother taking a picture.
Well, I think it's Dad taking a picture of Mother.
Taking a picture. I guess that's good enough.
We were down, I think it was Sun Prairie where we stayed. And we were down in Madison. And Mary had always wanted to go and stay in a motel, so we did that night.
There's a picture of Grandma on our back porch. Oh, both of us.
The same, Grandma.
I think we were about a year and a half younger then than we are now, don't
Just
you?
a few. Best up there.
How do you like that for a couple? Hula hoop specialists.
When they first came out, now they're back in style again.
This is a nice picture, but it's faded. I bet if we get cleaning material on those sides, it would help a lot.
That's Mike Lafferty when he was a little boy. He was a towhead.
This was one of our favorite cars, but we got in a wreck and somebody hit us from behind and shortened it about 2 feet. You name that. It's at our house.
Looks like Jeannie over to the left.
Oh, here's some more.
Really? They must be watching TV. Looks like Pat over here to the right, back to the left again. Looks like Jeannie to the left.
Well, that's cool.
And,
Well, that's far enough, isn't it?
yeah, there's Mary again. I imagine maybe she's close to 2 then. Busy shoveling snow. The picture of the 3 of them. They're pretty beginning to be grown up then. That flower is in a vase. It isn't coming out of Jeannie's ear. That was Mary, it's the little one.
It was up in northern Michigan, just south of the bridge up there. And we took a picture early in the morning. We were going to go to Detroit. It was hot. And that was a picture early in the morning. We think it's Gene and me when we're doing something, either digging angleworms. You can't imagine Gene digging angleworms, or we're doing something in the garden.
All bundled up to play. Must have been cold because they have mittens and scarves and kind of huddled up as if it's cold out there. Mary with the doll that always went with her.
Well, there's a picture. Apparently they're going to can corn. There's Jim and Grandpa husking the corn.
Look at the rhubarb we had then.
That was our backyard. It's not all grown over. There's a kid sliding down the hill. Now it's all woods now. You can, if you look good and strong, you can see a creek back there. And now there's houses back in there.
It's Danny Ader and Jim. I don't know what they're doing sitting on the back porch. They must be playing on afternoon or after school. It's like a baseball game going out on the
Street.
out on a dead end street. Where the Amic on his confirmation. The kids are eating popcorn. Jeannie was little and can't imagine Grandpa not being in on it with them.
I expect Grandpa was taking a picture, don't you?
That's true. Thanksgiving Day, turkeys, mashed potatoes, cranberries, looks like jello, beans, pumpkin for our centerpiece.
Doesn't look like we went hungry.
Even to nut cups. I imagine that was the girls doing.
Mary.
Mary's second birthday, and over to the right are some of the kids. Mary McDonald, I don't know who the other one was.
Patty is, I think.
I bet so.
My favorites. That's one of my favorites.
Out to scare the neighborhood.
I don't know who they are. We have trouble identifying one that we don't have masks on.
Keith is sitting in Mary's doll crater, playing with her doll. Jeannie was tiny too.
There was a spot we could go fishing where everybody could fish safely. We never have any difficulty taking all the fish home that we caught. We did catch some, but not very many. Looks like Gordy and Jim and Mary, wouldn't you guess?
Yeah. Mary and a new doll. I believe that is the doll that Irene Pierce made the wedding outfit for. That's Roger, and it's over in Shadney's backyard on his confirmation. Gordy must have been confirmed the same day in another church. Tell us who that is.
I don't know.
That's a favorite of mine. I kind of believe that was Jeannie. She's happy there, but usually she wasn't very happy with that place. That was down at Aunt Vic's
At Hobart.
at Hobart, Indiana.
Cut them off and see who they are.
Mary has a scabby nose. Jim was with his sister. But you know something? They both have round faces there.
Yeah. Must have been a good winter.
Looks as if the purse was almost as big as she was.
Mary, that is.
Yeah, Mary. Mom with her girl,
But you don't say which one.
Mary.
Okay.
Here we taking Jim and Mary to the fair. They're having a ride.
See, he was a skier way back when.
Wonder if he can stand up better now. Taking the kids to some park,
That's
good.
Irvine Park in
Irvine,
Chippewa.
okay. This is a group of Mary's friends. It must have been a birthday. I'm going to name them. Karen Weeman. I believe the next one's Shirley Venus. Oh, I can't think of that next one's name. And then the oldest Tiley girl, Betty Schultz, Clement's girl, and the Burton girl, and Terry Terrell. There's still some over there, Dad. Jeannie and Bonnie Johnson, and then some underneath them.
We lost them. Well, that's a picture.
Mary must have been one of the blondes. Patty Baker, now I don't know where that was taken at all. Do you, Dad?
I think it was outside on.
No,
I don't know.
Weed. And I think that was the time Jeannie had the chicken pot. Where Jim is cutting out a pumpkin and the girls are taking the inside out. Harry is a brownie.
Oh, Jeannie. I think that's Jeannie.
Maybe it is. King up. She could already do it already then. Who's in the background?
There's somebody in the background?
No, I thought it's not. Sure, that's Jeannie because Jeannie always had the short haircuts.
Each year we cleaned off part of the garden, made a skating rink. It was all on our land, so it was under our control. It was our water. And I think Nathan furnished electricity when they did it at night.
I think too possibly he brought water over there too. On the other one side.
Yes?
Jim's.
Looks like it was Jim when he was shoveling snow.
David in back, Tom, Mary, Jeannie, and Jim.
That's a nice picture.
I think they were going to go to Sunday school, or coming home from Sunday school. They were all dressed up. And Mom's got the new baby. There's Tracy and I'm holding.
No, that's Mary.
I'm bound to call her Tracy. And Jim. Jim's minus some teeth.
Well, Jeremy or Andy or Jess or any of you guys that complain about washing dishes, they started kind of young.
Mary's all dressed up taking care of her baby.
What's that on her head?
I don't know. Hard to say. Boy, would those three appreciate that now. Jim, Pat, and Mary. Oh, who the other little girl is.
Mary we know, but the other one we're not quite sure.
That's Gary Jaeger's wedding and his wife Donna. It could be Ray in the background there with his back to us.
I thought it was Jim.
No, Jim
Well, I guess maybe it might be right.
Johnson, kids must have been having a picnic or something here. Mary's back has her head back to us over there.
Did you say Mary's head was back to us?
I think so.
And that other little girl, I don't know who she is, she's familiar. She's got a plate full of goodies, and that's Bonnie Johnson facing us. Okay.
After they get older and their haircuts get different, it's hard to tell.
Oh, yeah, somebody in the back there around.
Mary and Karen. Peeking around. Karen's peeking around the corner, and Mary looks like she's up to something. One of the babies. One of the three. In the sink. Jim's showing us he can hula hoop too. Jeannie's playing dress up. In a bright colored dress. Here's one of the favorite dresses I made for Mary. and one like similar to that for Jeannie too. Here, this is Jim, because those were his dogs, and he had two of them, and they look pretty new there. Jeannie.
Yeah.
Mary,
Now leave it on a little while. We can have short statements, and they don't get a chance to look at it. Okay.
and Mary, I think she's maybe listening to the phonograph or something, because the chair was over where near where the phonograph. Well, there it is. Jess, see who you look like when you were little?
Mm-hmm.
If we didn't say who that was, we'd think it was you. Dad playing with his, what do you call those things?
Tinker toys.
Tinker toys. Again, another little Jaeger, and we don't know who it is. These three are Dad, Jim, and Mary. I wonder what book Dad's reading. One of the girls is stealing the goldfish. I kind of think possibly that's Jeannie. Her hair is kind of reddish there. Two girls.
Yeah, it was a faded picture. That's too bad.
Yeah, that is. That would be a good one.
There's a picture. I expect they're going to Sunday school by the books they have.
Yeah, it looks like it. It says prayers. Mary's got a little book with prayers, and Jeannie and Jim. Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, when they're a little bit younger.
At least 2 years.
At least that.
That was over at Irvine Park too.
I think so.
Jim up above.
Or Jim's below.
No, I don't think so. Guy above's got glasses on. The guy down, I wonder if that isn't Mitch. No, that age, Fred is too much. I don't know what it's about. Out. A cheerleader and a football player.
Also, she's also a drum majorette too at the time.
Oh yeah, she's got a
Baton.
baton.
Can't see who's in the background. Could have been Jim. It looks a little bit like him. Looks like he's got the hose in his hand.
Yeah.
That's Mary with her doll all bundled up so it wouldn't get cold. You're at it again.
Yeah, I'm still eating watermelon.
The three kids again. Jeannie in the middle, she's the littlest.
Well, I'm not sure. I think it's probably Jim.
Could be.
Well, there we have Jim and Mary. I got no argument on that one.
That's Mary. And that's Jim and Mary, we know that.
Yeah.
That must be Mary. This is Jim. That's Mary and the old baby buggy. Dad with his two kids. Jim and Dad's jacket looks different, but they were the same color.
And I had red hair.
And Dad had red hair then. Something was awfully funny. Well, that's Mary crawling. It took her a long time to walk.
There's our skier. He's on his feet there yet. You can see by the seat of his pants that he's fallen a few times. Jim and Mary.
They're all dressed up. Mary looks like she was thinking about getting in the cupboard. But what those marks on that slide are, I don't know. That's a shame.
Our backyard with our old shed.
Somebody was swinging and somebody was playing ball because the ball was up in the air there. That's David. Jim must have been shooting baskets.
This one.
Dad and I and the two kids. And Mary was was a baby, so we were young then. more than,
No, that, you had something else I don't.
there is Mary in her bright red pajamas and socks. She's all decked out, looks like for Christmas. Mary by the sink, that looks like that other picture we had of her. Oh, now the door is shut, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Our cowboy, and the horse was the arm of the big chair. That's Jim at Aunt Alma's by Aunt Alma's flowers. The flowers look as tall as he did. Yeah, there's Jim and me, Jim and I, and Mary, Mary down at Aunt Vic's.
Just because you show yourself coughing, you don't have to cough now.
No,
Is that for effect?
yeah. If you notice, Mary and I had the same outfit type on, same dresses on, just alike. I made them. Jim just jumped out of something up there, caught it halfway in the air. Jim's helping Grandpa or Dad one of the two big potatoes. Remember, she belonged
Real nice person.
a real nice person. She belonged to Peace Lutheran Church, and she came down to get something from me one time. It was Mary and Jim. Jim's got his cowboy hat on. That's Mary and I. And up looking at Aunt Elma's lads. She had the most beautiful lads. And that one looks like it might have been as tall as I was. She spent so much time with her flowers. Mary with her tricycle. Dad was doing something evidently. Something over there. And there's Mary and Jim watching.
Just a minute.
Well, that's, of course, there's me. Maybe I'm talking to them with them. We're all looking at somebody, so it must be Dad doing something. No.
Yeah.
David, Jim, and Mary. Mary was a baby. Got a picture of Dad by himself. In a blue suit and a, looks like his hair's red there, but it's still started to grow back a little. And that was before Mary could walk. She was a late walker. Mary's petting Pat's dog. What was the dog's name? Do you remember?
I don't know what the dog's name was. She got it from a radio station, remember? Because her other dog had been killed.
Yeah. There's Cowboy Jim. Scarf and everything. There is one picture I've noticed that he had before he had glasses. I'm sure there's others, but I just realize that now. Oh, that's another skiing picture. I think there's somebody down below there. Oh, that's likely Mary.
Dirty slide. We should have cleaned it before we put it in there.
There's Santa Claus too.
That's that one time that we caught him.
And that must have been when he got the cowboy.
I think we had this one on the regular pictures too.
I think so. They got them so big that we couldn't get the three of them lined up when they were that close. Mary with her little doll. Wonder what it was called.
Just a minute now. Picture was out of focus and there's nothing we can do to get it into focus.
And he had that. There was another one with those same overall dogs, but it must have been Jim. He said it was Jim on that picture anyway. Some friends, one of the kids.
I thought that one was Pat laughing so.
No, I think that's Pat up there, but of course they can see that up in the right-hand corner.
Looks like this was taken over to Pat's house.
Could be. Mary all by herself in her nurse's uniform. All set to go out trick-or-treating.
Who was Mickey Mouse?
Jim.
You're taken up at the memorial on, I suppose, either the 4th of July or Decoration Day.
I think it's Decoration Day.
Well, this is at the post office and happens to be Gus Harris, I can tell by his tattoo. Mr. Porter in the background, I believe, sorting, and that's Mark Sen.
Marlene Weeman and Karen Weeman. Evidently Karen didn't walk yet either, and Mary standing by her stool.
Go ahead. No. Say who it is.
Jim, Pat, and Mary. Jim is playing with some toy there. Birthday party. I can't tell who. And if I see one, recognize one, I could tell who it was. But
David was there, I guess.
David. His mom and Mary and Jim and Santa Claus. And Mr. Santa Claus. There's Jeannie, all dressed up. Mary, the picture must have been taken on the same day.
So let it go a second. Okay.
Pictures say some people, some buddies taken out on the lake. I don't know, recognize any of them from here. Recognize her.
Somebody we should know, looks like the picture was taken at church. That isn't Pat Johnson.
No. Daddy doesn't like those two. Apron on, and she was helping already then. More doing the knives and forks and spoons. Boy, they're really dressed up. Mary and Karen. Karen was a lot bigger than Mary.
Always was. Good hygiene habits.
It was a long time. There I am with the kids.
That was a picture of our house. We still had the front porch, and we still had it was white. Well, no, we must have had Santa on 2 occasions. Because there's another. There's 3. Who's that down below, Jim?
Jeannie.
Well, Jim, by Santa, but who's that down below there?
Oh, Jim. Kid with paper, covered with paper.
We must have had him on 2 occasions, don't you think?
Oh, I think more than that.
That wasn't one of our better trees, I'll tell you. And who is that, Jeannie?
Sort of looks like it.
Shoveling again. Didn't look like she felt very well there, did you?
No.
In front of her eyes. Either that or she was sleepy. Okay. Shut it off.
I think there's anything.
Light in our rack upside down, but it shows a piano player. You'll have to stand on your head to watch this one. That's Mary. They're taking a picture of us. I think that's down at Bill's thing yet, and that was like all the rest of them didn't come out very well. It's Jeannie. What did you say?
I would say so.
Mary, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
Mom, old Mary.
for Sunday school.
Yeah. Looks like we took all the pictures when they were dressed up.
That's Mary.
Yeah. That's Mary too, I think.
Yeah, she was always very patient when it came to getting her hair done.
It's Jim and Mary, I think.
You know, Jess is definitely a Jaeger when he was an
Yeah.
ape. looking.
Yeah, they look, could be the same person. I suspect that's Pat and Jim. I'm gonna turn it off. Yes, he's got a coloring book there, wouldn't you say?
Not Jesse.
Either that or he's reading.
Jim.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't say Jess, I said he. Picture of somebody, none of ours.
Those are those.
Wait a minute, turn it over there. They got another little girl, I guess. You make those dresses?
No, I don't think so.
Mary holding the new baby. Mary and Pat and a doll, I guess. Okay. Well, they're playing out on the road again, or on a boulevard. Tired out Santa Claus looks to me. That's it.
There's Jeannie, Kathy, Jaeger, and Mary.
Taking this picture because she had a black line across it.
Roger, Jim, and the kittens.
That's a picture of Pat's fish. She caught that fish. Well, we got another picture of Santa Claus.
Jim's to the right. Jim and Mary, and Jim has his howdy doody down. He still has that. They are again with the same things.
Mom's gonna take her baby out for a walk. Gotta get that floor cleaned up right now.
Don't know which one was that.
I'd imagine Mary, don't you?
No, I think it was Jeannie because we bought that. That looks like our.
That's Electrolux.
We got that.
But it's still in the name. That chair's still in the name. Well, which one is that, Dean?
I don't know. I'm either.
That feeding dish there we had, you put water in it and that kept the food warm. And that went through all three kids. And there's a picture of the two ready to go somewhere, probably Sunday school. Mary, I can tell because she can't keep her shoes on. To this day she can't keep her shoes on.
Nurse again. And Jim got his hat. It must be Mary because we're still. Looks like we're still using the dining room. Mary's second birthday.
Faded picture.
Too bad. No doubt this was a birthday party. That's a beautiful tree.
It doesn't show on this picture, but we have some movies that does. These steaks were cooked outside, of course, and I was out shoveling snow while they were being made. So I probably had a good appetite once I got in. And we sent them to Aunt Mabel and she just couldn't understand how crazy we were.
And I want you to see it's 5 steaks. There were 5 of us. And now we only have 1 between the 2 of us.
Now we got Mom doing the washing.
Yeah, there's somebody over that one. Yeah, there's Jim. We must have taken a lot of pictures that Christmas.
Yeah, that man is Chris
Hanson.
Santa's
Clown.
elf. And then he's with Jim. Over here, Mary. I don't think Mary was all that brave of getting too close to them. She stuck pretty close to her mom.
When she was on my lap, she was okay. That was Jim outside. It looks like it was in the early spring or fall, most likely fall.
That looks like the bike that Jim won for peddling papers, but I wouldn't be certain. I thought they...
Started out.
Go ahead.
Now this is going to be started of the Olson family. And who better to start out than the oldest one of the children? That'd be Luis's Freddie, and then David, I think, Norma, Donna, Jean, maybe Richard next to him, back of him is Don, and in the front is Rosalie and Hart and Ronald. Hope I got them right.
That's Val and Pat out taken down in their house.
That's Mom's sister. Somewhere we took my dad and mother up to Grand Rapids, Minnesota. And there's Grandpa and Grandma Olson and Jim and Mary. And we were at the yo-yo factory up there. We stopped to see that. I believe that was Nat's house. That was Aunt Bird. Now, I don't know which one. That was Mary. Must have been Mary and Jean. Mary and Jim. It's rather faded. That's my brother's son. That's Bub. And I believe that's Steve. Joe and Leo from Gap. They came back with Jim from when he was in the Peace Corps. And the two spent some time here, and then Leo left, and then Joe went to school, and he spent quite a bit of time with us. That could have been Jim when he was little. Now, which one is that?
I don't know.
I believe that's one of Joe's boys. We are up in Aunt Elma's garden. Aren't the flowers beautiful? And the green back there, that was where her asparagus bed was. That's that same little guy. I'm sure it's Jim. There's our little mailman. That's Jim. This is Connie and Nick's wedding. Dave and Jim in there. Chris and Jean and Sherry, Connie and Linda out at Norma's. I and Betty and Tom and David. Tom didn't want to stay put. This is Karen and Jessie. This is Grandma and Grandpa, and I think there's Joe back there, one of Norma's group. And I think this was their 40th wedding anniversary. Corey and I again up in Aunt Elma's garden. Where we went out to Aunt Mabel's, we got together with Estelle and Howard Dorward. So there's Tommy Dorward, Terry Dorward, Estelle, and Howard. I believe, if I remember correctly, this was Connie's cake. I'm not sure, but I think that's who it was. There's Grandpa.
That's all the grandchildren.
Grandpa and Grandma Olson.
I don't think you can name them all, though, do you?
No.
That's all the grandchildren. That one is taken out to Norma's, right?
Yeah.
Talk.
There's Grandpa and Jim fishing up at Grand Rapids, Minnesota when we were up there. This is Aunt Bird's house. It was back in the woods. It was a beautiful place. It's Aunt Alma in her kitchen at her house after she remodeled it.
Okay, why don't we start there then?
That's Aunt Alma. I think that's at our house. And there's Mary. She must be getting something out of a box. Joe and Grandpa. And I imagine it's one of Joe's little boys.
I think that's probably curly hair. Looks like it might be Ron.
Yeah, I don't know which. I think that's Joe's house down in Iowa. We're not sure whose house that is, but we think maybe it is Val's in Madison. Val and half, myself and 3 kids.
2 kids.
3. 1, 2, 3.
Where's the third one?
Over here.
Where?
See down there?
Oh,
See it?
there she is.
That's Linda's confirmation, and myself and Joe. And on the other side is Doris Upsall, Linda's aunt. And that's Bub, Jen, and Karen out to Norma's house. There are the cousins, Sherry, Linda, and Donna Jean. No, that looks like Rosalie, doesn't it? And Jim, Ronnie, David, and Connie. There is
Chris.
Chris, Jean, and Linda on her confirmation. Oh, a bunch of them. Let's see, it looks like possibly Debbie was the youngest.
Oh, I don't know. How's that little girl there? Oh,
That's-
Debbie is younger than Mary? 'Cause I think I see Mary there.
I
Right next
didn't
to
mean
Jim.
Debbie. No, that was maybe Rosie. No, Rosie's over here. So that must have. Oh, I guess I'm not gonna start because I can't figure out who everybody is. A bunch of them though. But there's somewhere a lot more.
You like curly hair?
That's Ronnie and Connie. Dave and Jim out on the slide by the barn in our house. Picture of Connie. They were all at our house that day.
Not Connie.
I mean Linda, that's Linda. They were all at our house that day because it wasn't too long after Chris had been in the hospital. That's Cy and Grandma, and I don't know if that's Tom. I think that's Tom. Grandma and Alma and Grandpa. Now that's some of the Olsons out on Halloween. Kind of a motley looking group. That's Joe and Elvira and Ronnie and Mike, evidently. Well, we still haven't identified this one. I don't recognize the baby, the crib, or anything, so I don't know who we have here. Lauren can't figure it out either. It's Jim and Connie out on the back porch. Looks like quite a bit of snow there too. They were kind of little. One of those are one of Joe's, Bub's girls. I can't tell you which one. Lauren and I and then Mary and Jim taken the same day of all those other pictures.
Well, this is a regular picture again. I'm just going to end this off now. This tape has been all slides, except this one. And we were a little disappointed in some of the slides. They're real old, and some of them are quite faded, so that was too bad. And I didn't have things adjusted. Apparently, we bumped Grandma in her poking it, or me and running around here bumped the camera a little bit, and we didn't have it lined up too well for a while. Another problem we ran into is the sound of the slide projector has a fan on it, and that little hum you hear in the background is the slide projector's motor. And so we got out the microphone and we took it away from there, but it helped a bit, but it still got a little hum in the motor. We tried to get all the Olson group pretty much together because we had saved out some slides that we're going to make into pictures for a scrapbook they're keeping. And so we have pictures from when our kids were small. The other pictures that we made from regular pictures were our kids were pretty much growing up, and the grandchildren were small. These are, we have our family growing up, and we see us many years ago. They're not the best because of the age, and some of the slides faded. Some were a little dirty. I imagine if we took time out to clean them all up, it would help a great deal too. We hope that you will like this, and I think this will pretty well fill out this tape. Shoveling again. Didn't look like she felt very well there, did you? No, in front of her eyes. Either that or she was sleepy. Okay, okay, okay. Shut it off.
If there's anything.
Slide in our rack upside down, but it shows a piano player. You'll have to stand on your head to watch this one. That's Mary. They're taking a picture of us. I think that's down at Bill's thing yet, and that was like all the rest of them didn't come out very well. It's Jeannie. What did you say?
I would say so.
Mary, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
Mom, old Mary.
for Sunday school.
You know? Looks like we took all the pictures when they were dressed up.
That's Mary.
Yeah. That's Mary too, I think.
Yeah, she was always very patient when it came to getting her hair done.
It's Jim and Mary, I think.
You know, Jess is definitely a Jaeger when he was a
Yeah.
baby. They're looking.
Yeah, they look, could be the same person. I suspect that's Pat and Jim. I'll turn it off. I guess he's got a coloring book there, wouldn't you say?
Not Jess.
Either that or he's reading.
Jim.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't say Jess, I said he. Picture of somebody. None of ours.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Wait a minute, turn it over there. They got another little girl, I guess. You make those dresses?
no, I don't think so. No.
Mary holding the new baby. Mary and Pat and a doll, I guess. Okay. Well, they're playing out on the road again, or on the boulevard. Tired out Santa Claus looks to me. That's it.
There's Jeannie, Kathy, Jaeger, and Mary.
Taking this picture because she had a black line across it.
Roger, Jim, and the kittens.
That's a picture of Pat's fish. She caught that fish. Well, we got another picture of Santa Claus.
Jim's to the right. Jim and Mary, and Jim has his howdy doody down. He still has that. They are again with the same things.
Mom's gonna take her baby out for a walk. Gotta get that floor cleaned up right now.
Don't know which one was that.
I'd imagine Mary, don't you?
No, I think it was Jeannie because we bought that. That looks like our.
That's Electrolux.
We got that.
But it's still in the dining room. That chair's still in the dining room. I don't know which
I don't know on either.
That feeding dish there we had, you put water in it and that kept the food warm. And I went through all 3 kids. And there's a picture of the 2 ready to go somewhere, probably Sunday school. Mary, I can tell because she can't keep her shoes on. To this day she can't keep her shoes on.
Nurse again. And Jim got his hat. It must be Mary because we're still, looks like we're still using the dining room. Mary's 2nd birthday.
Faded picture.
Too bad. No doubt this was a birthday party. That's a beautiful tree.
It doesn't show on this picture. We have some movies that does. These steaks were cooked outside, of course, and I was out shoveling snow while they were being made. So I probably had a good appetite once I got in. And we sent them to Aunt Mabel and she just couldn't understand how crazy we were.
And I want you to see it's 5 steaks. There were 5 of us. And now we only have 1 between the 2 of us.
Now we got Mom doing the washing.
Yeah, there's somebody over that way. Yeah, there's Jim. This is taking a lot.